Heyo, you know what it is. It's more Salmon Run. Another wonderful Salmon Run stream. Welcome back. It's gonna be a relatively short one. I don't have anything particularly crazy to add. Why don't I just show you? Hey, what's up? We can listen to the music for a little longer, I don't have an issue with that, but here's what's going down. We have one rotation that we can do, but then we have eggs work. Now, last time we did this, I started with the rotations, and then I got into the eggs work. Give me one moment. Alright, that was... it's a good song, but... good lord, was it taking over my brain. Last time we started with the regular rotation and then went into the eggs work. This time we're going to start with the eggs work and go backward. That way I get to, like, you know, have a bit more mental energy before the egg work. This is one of those Salmon Run streams where it's like, I'm not gonna miss the eggs work, no thanks, I'm gonna stream that. But, normally I have a lot to say, a lot of novel stuff. What did I just do? The wrong thing is what? Normally, like in these Salmon Run streams, I like to just, like, talk about where I'm at, you know? Like, elucidate you on my plans, my, upcoming streams, my current thoughts, the things that have been on my mind, but we streamed yesterday, and it was a long one. 6.5 hours of RimWorld. I feel like I got it all out there, you know? So I don't have anything particularly novel to tell you today. So instead, we're just gonna relax, play some Salmon Run, and start with some egg work. Boy, these eggs really work, huh? Did I hit the button? I did hit the button, hell yeah. I've developed a new toxic streamer trait of pre-typing a blue sky tweet, which is what I'm gonna call that. I pre-type it, and then I never post it until either, like, I'm an hour away from ending the stream, or the stream is already over. In fact, I don't even post it then, I just, like, close it out and get real sad that I missed it. I missed my window. I've mentioned before, there's a lot of things about streaming that I didn't know I would like so much. Like making thumbnails for the VODs, coming up with the titles, because the way I do things is I like to save these titles for the streams. I find a little bit of joy in every title I make. And when I save the VODs, I keep the titles as well. I put them in the description just so they can be there, along with the dates and proper archival formatting. But what I was getting at is, every single time I stream, I have to come up with a couple things. Obviously, like, when the stream is done, we do a thumbnail, yes. But before the stream even goes, before we hit the button, I have to come up with a title, a go live notification, and a blue sky post. And I fucking love it. I know, it's like, it's the simple things. It really is. Wait, we're in eggs work, and the first thing that happens is... this? Oh no. That's a challenge, actually. Because normally on this kind of wave, I take it really, really easy. But I bet they've optimized the hell out of this. So it's worth mentioning, this rotation has been active for almost a day now. Wow. So half the people we're playing with are going to be, like, supremely used to everything that's about to happen. And the other half are going to be like me, completely clueless. Oh, get that egg! Is that the max? Okay, it looks like the max you can get on wave 1 is 48, as long as everyone's hustling and no one's doing what I just did and perishing in an untimely manner. It looks like all will be well. Wave 2 is low tide. Is it a dark wave? 2 dark waves in a row. For egg work. See, this is the fun part. Learning the seed. Oh, shit. Mothership with this comp is gonna be kinda rough. So I'm not gonna lie. I saw this comp. And I got really, really, like, depressed for a little bit. I mean, look at it. Jet Squelcher, Dually Squelchers. Look at that, we get 3 Squelchers on the team. Dapple Dualies, no range, and no particular qualities of note for Salmon Run. And then Luna Blaster, one of the best weapons in the mode. So it's a weird one, and I'm really glad that I'm starting with the Luna Blaster, because it's the only weapon that I really want to play. I just don't think the others bring much to the table. If you don't know about egg work and the mechanics, it's very simple. You keep your weapon the entire time. The weapon you start with is the weapon you will end the run with. And everyone is playing on the same exact seed. So the things that are happening now will happen every single time we queue up for extra work. In the same order. And your goal is to be in the top percentile. Oh, I should have used Whale. That would have been really smart there. Your goal is to be in the top percentile of scores. And I'll break the illusion real quick. Solo queue? That doesn't happen. You're not gonna be getting a gold extra work badge in solo queue. In fact, it's very difficult even to get a silver badge in solo queue. Because for extra work more than any other mode in Salmon Run, you need the whole team to be on the same page and making decisions together. Ah, shit. I'm gonna go after that cannon man. We should start memorizing the spawns. So on the left, there's a steelhead and a missile man. And then the cannon man comes in, and I'm dead. Because then you will get rushed by lessers. This is good informations. For extra work, you have to play the informations game if you want the biggest numbers. I'll take care of this UFO. God, you see what I mean? Like, Luna Blaster is so good in this mode. You can just do so much. Even with the stimpy little range the thing has. Okay, he's not following me. So, this is the mode that gets the most amount of ire, I feel like, from most of the Salmon Run community. People do not like this mode. The only people that tend to, like, really adore it are overfishers, who are already playing Salmon Run in an attempt to get the most eggs possible. It's a good mode for that. But the gimmick that the mode is, you know, everyone's on the same seed, the same things will happen every time. I quite like it. I find it to be incredibly fun. One of our guys just left, so say goodbye to our chance at a record. But the gimmick that is extra work, I quite like. I think it's a really good, idea for a side mode. Maybe not as good as, like, Big Run is. Not as good as the, other idea that I have of, like, let us use other subs, and then remove Flyfish. That'd be a great event. And I hope for S4 we get something crazy like that, but we won't. I guess there is that to talk about. There's a conversation that's going on right now, and it's confusing me. There's a debate going on in the Splatoon community, and both sides have some merit, but one side is particularly aggressive, which, that's not new, by the way, for Splatoon debates. There's always, like, there's always one side that's just, like, utterly rejecting the second side. It would seem every single time in a Splatoon debate, that's what happens. But that's fine, sure. That's just the human condition, I guess. But what's going on in the community right now is this. Splatoon 4, it's gonna happen. At some point, inevitably. It is inevitable. And when it does, the conversation is, should it be free to play? I know, you don't tune into a Salmon Run stream from a random creator because you want to hear their thoughts on the hottest new Splatoon debate. Oh. Okay. Oh, this is very bad. Yeah, I was gonna save this guy first, but he was way off in the corner. It was not happening. I don't know why he was spamming help when he knew. So here's the deal. I obviously have a history with TF2. So free-to-play systems are one that I'm very familiar with. So I see the potential of what that could bring. And the real, point of the debate between free-to-play or pay-to-play is that they both come inherently with some negatives. And there are a lot of players that are just like, if the game goes free-to-play, I'm not playing it. And they don't seem to recognize any of the positives that would bring. Like the game getting a longer life cycle because the devs have more incentive to update the game with new content. Like the fact that you could just play the game for free, and that even if you do end up spending money on it, it's not going to be as much as you would had you bought the entire game. Just as well, there's like, in our current state where we're paying for the game, we're also paying for the DLCs. We're also paying for... Well, I'm not, because as you know, I like to be frugal where I can. People are still buying gear like you would in any free-to-play where you buy cosmetics. It's just attached to a chunk of plastic called an amiibo. Like, we already have that model, and I think the situation is... Nintendo, because of that, basically has their cake and is eating it too. Like, they get paid for the game being a fully priced game instead of a free-to-play game, but they also get the microtransactions that one would typically attribute to a free-to-play game through Amiibo and through DLC. So I really doubt that we're going to be getting it in free-to-play. But obviously, I'm of the belief that I think that would bring a lot to the table. Yeah, we actually made it. I think I've told this story before, but my first time playing Extra Work, I didn't understand. I didn't get it. So, I made it my goal to keep the hazard level from getting too high, because I thought that made it impossible to beat the run. So I ended up playing goalie to the basket at certain points and keeping our score low. Yeah, I did not get the memo. I'm surprised we won that on our first run with 3 players. Because typically Extra Work is obscenely difficult. And it's a challenge just to, like, make it through round 5. I'll stick it out with these guys. Alright, sorry, I had some adjusting to do. We are golden. But yeah, if the game went free-to-play, obviously that's inviting Nintendo to go even crazier with their microtransactions, which we are already getting. And they are big Nintendo company, so bad things will inevitably happen. Like, whether it's free-to-play or not, but especially if it's free-to-play, there are likely to be scummy business practices. But personally, I think I'd take that. For the game lasting longer, getting more updates, getting more content, you know? Like, because at the end of the day, if it's free-to-play, you don't have to pay for it. I come from TF2. Like, if you want to experience all the content in TF2, you need like $1 and that's it. I know, crazy. The game has been out for like 15, 16 years now? How long has it been? More? 18 years? Sweet Jesus. We got Luna again. Yippee. Yeah, TF2 has been around for a very, very long time. So it should be, like, very clear that this kind of game would be pay to even play. Pay to win free to play. is what you would expect from a game that's been free-to-play for that long, but frankly, you don't even need the dollar because you get the weapon drops for free just for playing the game. The dollar is to spend like 2 cents on the Tide Turner and like the half Zatoichi and the weapons that like you want, that you're just not getting from the drops. Because you can do that on the Steam Community Market or on any of the second-hand TF2 trading websites. There's just... That is the entire barrier to experiencing all the content in TF2. Unless, of course, you want to do the contracts, which are just like missions for the game, and that's $5. So it's very possible for a game to be free to play and to be conducive to that kind of play. You know, to not paying a lot for experiencing all the content. And that's an option because there are people who spend thousands of dollars on TF2. It's just the way it is. And given that it's TF2... Raid! You scared me. I was talking about the free-to-play debate that's going on in the Splatoon community, which is very fun. It's an odd thing. I come from TF2. I'm a TF2 player. So it's what I expect. I've only seen free-to-play be, like, kind of a good thing. Kind of an okay thing. Even though, obviously, there are people that are gonna spend a lot of money on that shit. You just don't have to. It's a-okay. To play everything that TF2 has to offer, it's like $5. That's it. Obviously, with the price of the Switch 2, I would love for Splatoon 4 to be free-to-play. That would be golden. That'd be the best. I have really bad compulsion. I prefer not to see IRL price tags anywhere. Bingo. Bingo. Keep them out of here. I don't even like to look at my bank account if I don't have to. Money scares me. And, oh god. Like, my top 10 games, number 10, Kirby Air Ride. I love that fucking game. I love that game so much. It's so good. It's amazing. Kirby Air Ride 2 is coming out. I need it. I can't not get it. It will cause me physical pain. If Kirby Air Ride 2 comes out and I don't get to play it because I'm broke. That'd be a very sad reality. I know someone else was really excited about it. I don't normally have faith, and I'll be honest, when I saw the trailer first, I was like, no way this is gonna get done well. It's gonna be a bad time. We're dealing with Success Nintendo at the moment. They're gonna be making a bunch of anti-consumer plays. But then I saw, yeah, directed by Sakurai. The man, the myth, the legend, who birthed Melee into this universe. That's my number one. I've also been trying to play Kid Icarus Uprising again. I got way into that game when the 3DS launched. Good lord, I can't play it anymore. Massive pain on the hands. Like, massive pain. Splatoon does nothing to me. I have rheumatoid arthritis. It's basically just arthritis of the blood. It's a funny arthritis. But Splatoon, I can play for 8 hours. Kid Icarus Uprising, I can play for 30 minutes. Never got to play it back then, might play it if I get my 3DS battery fixed. Oh no! Oh god, nothing is worse than a mobile console with a bad battery. It's such a tragedy. I got a PSP when I was very young. And I was so excited. I got it secondhand. It was mighty cheap. And then I found out that it doesn't work unless I plugged the thing into the wall. So there I sat. 3 feet away from an outlet. What's good, Balarov? What a wonderful game to get an authentic carpal tunnel. Ah! Oh! Why is it that, like, all my favorite games Or carpal tunnel... Tunner? Oh? Carpal tunnel games. Melee. Splatoon. Okay, not Kirby Air Ride. And then there's the RPGs. Okay, maybe not. God damn it. The ones that have the most staying power for me are the ones that make my hands hurt. How's your stream been? Oh, I just got started. It's not been bad at all. Because Sakurai had one because of his games. You know, I should probably temper my expectations. Because I loved Kirby Air Ride, obviously. And Sakurai made Melee. So, like, I gotta have a little faith. But he also made Super Smash Bros. Brawl. I'm shook. Obviously, I'm very, biased on that game. If Melee is my favorite game, it's, it goes without saying that I take issue with Brawl to some degree. I am so unused to the seed, by the way. I have no idea what's happening, or what to expect next. This is like my third or fourth run, or is it the second? There's no way it's the second. It's the second, isn't it? I have been playing for very, very little time. And I love me some Salmon Run, but an overfisher I am not. Oh man, I don't want to talk about it again, but I've been listening to the Brawl soundtrack. I finished listening to it again because, like, turns out that might be the best Smash game soundtrack, period. And I can say that because I went to college for music. I can certify that, like, that soundtrack is peak. Oh god, not the laser. There is so much I just did not appreciate about that soundtrack growing up. Because I didn't have the ear for it. The Latin... What is it called, even? Not opera. The Latin... It's not a motet either. God, I went to college for this. I have to know. I have to know exactly the genre is. I'm really glad they got a Latin choir to sing the intro to Brawl. And now that I, like, have an ear for the music, going back and listening to the harmonic form... Oh my god! Some of the things that happen... Some of the harmonic movement... It's so good! How did it happen? But enough talk. I could go on about the Brawl soundtrack for hours, genuinely. We're playing Salmon Run. I talked about how I don't really like the, this rotation of egg work. But I didn't talk about how I feel about each individual weapon. I talked about how, like, Luna Blaster is the only, like, even tolerable weapon in terms of balance in this comp. Dapples ain't so bad, though. I will say. With the range buff that they got pretty recently, plus the DPS they can put out, it's not a bad play for a lot of things you can do. I tried to look up Latin choir genres and only found Latin American genres. That's good stuff, though! One of the things they pay me to know, as a jazz studies major, is, that every single bossa nova in existence was written by the same guy. And his name is Antonio Carlos Jobim. Every single bossa was him. He wrote them all. The Girl from Ipanema, Blue Bossa, I know others. Oh, come on. It's been too long since I, like, studied jazz improv again. Is this 2 for 2? We haven't lost a single run of egg work yet? That is insane. I'll have to look into him. He wrote it all. He really did write every single one. I'm self-studying jazz. Ooh, okay. I have the advice. Are you ready for this? If you want to be good at improv, there is one thing you must do. Learn the blues. That's it. Because blues has every single change. Taskmaster, I'm so sorry. I know, right? It's freaking me out, too. This is too many people for me. Everyone leave. Everyone leave the stream. You're freaking me out right now. No, please don't. Doing that already? Hell yeah, you're on it. You're gonna get there. The thing about the blues, I really hope I get to be Luna again. Please don't take away my favorite gun in the rotation. I'm lagging so much. Rip Taskmaster. The thing about the blues, obviously every chord is a 7th chord, but I don't think there's a single major 7th chord. It's all, oh god, what's the word? It's all dominant 7th chords. Yeah, bingo, you're on it. And that means, like, the Mixolydian scale is now your best friend. But blues form itself, you start with the 1-7, and you go to the 4-7. And that's got, like, 2 changes in terms of chord tones. And the theme is, the tones that will be changing are the 3rd and the 7th. You follow those, you will be able to hit the changes. So you go 1 to 4, and then you have a 2-5-1 into 4. This is the big secret for jazz. It's all 2-5-1s, all the way down. And when it isn't a 2-5-1, it's a chord change that's pretending to be a 2-5-1. If I'm talking like straight nonsense, anyone? 2-5-1s. You know your major scales. You know that stuff. Every one of those notes has a number. The second note has a chord built off of it. We're dually squelchers now. We're gonna be basically sneezing on enemies for the rest of this run. That's good. Alright. I gotta get used to this. This is such a, like, tough seed to get comfortable on. So anyways, you do a 2-5-1 into the 4 chord. And when you play the 2-5-1, that is literally what teaches you everything. And because the blues is all a bunch of interconnected 2-5-1s that are very plain about what they are, it gives you a very easy framework for understanding the stuff. Been learning a bossa version of Fly Me to the Moon. Ooh, that's not him, is it? I know which one. I've heard that recording before. It has the guitar from Girl from Ipanema. Simplified version was the main chords, then more complex was adding 2-5-1s everywhere. That's how they get you. Because 2-5-1s let you do so much. You might think, like, you see a 2-5-1, and you're like, okay, what do I do about this? I've got a minor 2 with a 7, so I can do, like the yellow team. Teammates are a little pissy when things go wrong. Ba-dum-bum. When you get to the 2, you can play dominant, you can play full minor. When you get to the 5, you can play Mixolydian. You can play major with a flat 7. You can do that. But there's this crazy thing that you straight up need to be told, unless your ears pick it up automatically. But when you get to the 5 of the 2-5-1, you can take it in 2 directions, and this is where I'm gonna start talking genuine psycho shit in terms of jazz. You can play with a flat 9 or a sharp 9. And each of those have a different series of scales that you can use very specifically to them. I have a chart somewhere. I'm never gonna find the chart. Damn it, back when I was like teaching this shit, I wrote a bunch of charts down. You need to put the VOD up. I need to re-listen to this fully to get it. I'm so sorry. I do though. Mumph.vod on YouTube. This will be up for sure. I care a lot about archiving this stuff for no good reason. It make me smile. Okay, the 9th. We know that the scale has 8 notes. The 9th is just the 2, but up an octave. If you want to play it on your computer, just use like all 5 of your fingers and play a note, and each note is 1 note apart from the last. Like not 5 notes in a row, but 5 notes nonetheless. So if you build on the sharp 9th, Good lord. It's been so long since I've done any, like, jazz gigging. I don't even remember this anymore. The secret about jazz is that it doesn't pay. The secret about music. It's not a secret, is it? Everyone knows that. I went to college for music expecting to, like, maybe be able to find some work in it. That was a bad idea. It was still really fun. I learned a lot of stuff. Hence the dialogue that is spewing forth from my muzzle, my snout, my... There was a word I wanted to use there, and I just lost it entirely. I think I was about to say gout for a second there. Forget about it. So, flat ninth and sharp ninth. Your flat ninth is your altered dominant, and that's where you get the coolest thing. Man, my mic is like specifically set up so you won't hear other noises, so if I go over to my piano, you won't hear it. Altered dominant. So, here's the deal. I can totally speak. It's fine. Altered dominant is where you take the 5 chord of the 2-5-1. Oh god. And you build the whole thing off of the flat ninth. There's no way I explained this correctly, by the way, so take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But if you look up altered dominant, you will be able to find some answers. I can promise. But an altered dominant is basically focusing on the movement of a not a semitone. Was I about to say semitone? A half step, not a semitone. That's the thing in between half step. Is it altered because you're focusing on the flat ninth? The way the flat ninth can interact with the chord can completely change the chord so that instead of being built off the 5th, it's basically built off the flat 5th. Look at them spinning around. They're insane. But altered dominant focuses on the movement in half steps. Because as you go from the 2, one of your chord tones, don't ask me which one. I don't know anymore. It's been too long. One of your chord tones goes down a half step, and then it goes down another half step. And once it's done that second half step, it is fully resolved. It gives your ear something beautiful to grab onto. It is... I'm not gonna lie to you. Altered dominant is my musical obsession. Every time I hear it, I point it out. So, like, we'll be playing a game, and I'll just start popping off because I'm listening to the music. I'll be like, did you hear? Did you hear what the guitar played? He did some crazy shit with an altered dominant. It was insane. I'm at a school with my friends, say, hey, hello, friends. I'm so sorry about what happened to your Sonic game. Rest in peace. Okay, I think I might get it. Good luck. I'm so sorry I can't explain this better at the moment. Maybe next time I play Splatoon, I'll have pulled up my, my notes on this. Because genuinely, when it comes to jazz improvisation, take notes. There's just so many options that keeping track of them is impossible. Sonichu will not be missed. I hope something happens to Sonichu, so he can be gone from the cultural lexicon for an eternity. Remove him. We're making the snake do a little dance. Godspeed, Taskmaster. The other really useful thing that you can do... Why does this happen every single time on Wave 4? Oh, it's extra work, and nobody can... Because the fog, so nobody can see the stingrays. I need to remember that. That's important information. We changed an already rabid fandom into a rabies-ridden community. Rabies-ridden community! They bond over having rabies. That's been me with the minor third appearing in a major scale lately. Yo, did you hear that flat third? That's it! That's one of the... It's one of the things you can do with the altered dominant, is you can pull off a flat 3 in a dominant chord and make it sound good. And the funny thing is, like, there's like levels. It sounds like really elitist to say this, but there's genuinely levels to learning jazz improvisation. You start out, you're playing blues, and the only thing you know is the blues scale, and you play it over everything. And that it can last like a year or two, maybe even longer, if you don't, like, decide to learn more about it. But it just goes crazy from there, and every time you learn something new, you add it on, you add another thing, another play to your playbook. I would so love to be done with the squelchers. I would just love it. Oh no. Oh no. Look away, chat. I'm not gonna die. It'll be fine. I'm not talking about the obsessive ones who buy all the merch and know 120% of the lore. It's the ones that crossed the line of no return. I like the way you word that.
This far, no further.
I'm mainly focusing on chord tones and triads at the moment. That's good, because genuinely, you need to... The other advice I can give with jazz, take it slow. You won't be able to, like, hear all the information in one sitting and internalize it all at once. It takes a long, long time. I had that lesson one day with, the guy that taught me most of what I know. He has a DMA in jazz studies, and he's now a lawyer, because music does not pay your bills. But this guy, whose name I was about to drop, and then I remembered that I know better. This guy decided, at behest of me begging, because I wanted to know the information, please give me all the strategies. He said, alright, get your notebook out. For the next hour, I'm going to overload your brain with informations. Look at this guy's numbers. Okay, he's gone now. 76 eggs. This guy was on it. It took me like 2 years to piece together all the things that he taught me in that hour. Genuinely. This stuff does not come overnight. The other thing that's really, really helpful with learning jazz is transcription, which probably goes without saying. I kind of like getting an info dump and then piecing it together over a long period of time. It's one of my favorite ways to learn, I'm not gonna lie. It's how I learn, competitive games as well. Like, the first thing I do when I want to, like, figure out a game competitively, I dive into, like, a tier list, the informations, the mechanics, I get it all. And then it takes me a long time to actually implement any of that, and even remember the things I was told. Okay, transcription. You find a solo that you really like, right? Something Miles Davis. Something kind of simple, I would recommend. Something that does interesting things with the chords. I guess it depends on what instrument you play. If you're a trombonist, J.J. Johnson is my recommendation. The trumpet, Miles Davis. Because he has some very understandable solos. He doesn't do anything that's psychotic. Not like Wynton Marsalis, who can play an entire chorus of a song by using only notes within 2 full steps of each other for the whole solo, and pull it off, like, with aplomb, just by mixing it up so well. And then for sax, who would I recommend? Not Wayne Shorter. It's my recommendation. That guy was insane. Oh god, what was his name? I gotta pull up my Spotify playlists. I gotta do that. I'm gonna remember his name in like 3 minutes and I'm gonna pop off about it. There are so many good musicians out there, and learning from them is the best thing you can do when it comes to learning jazz without a mentor.
Oh, please stop jumping on top of me, please. I'm begging you.
I'm leaving. But yeah, transcription, you write out the chords to the song, and then you write out the solo musically. You just write every note. That way you can see specifically what is done on each beat. You can, like, science it out with your vision and your brain at the same time. And you can play along, and you get a feel for why it's done. Need to do that more? That's the secret. All jazz musicians need to do that more. All of us need to do more transcription. I gotta find it. I gotta find that sax player. It's gonna drive me insane. I'm like throwing the game. I need to not throw the game, also. Man, this is a problem. I've saved way too many songs to my my jazz studies playlist, where like, if I'm learning a new tune for a gig, I'll save like 5 to 6 different arrangements by different artists to give me like a different style library. You can see the marriage between the melody and the chords. It really is beautiful. That's the really cool thing about jazz. That like, there are so many formats for showing off, like, oh, yeah, I missed a shot. Then an amateur forces them to divorce, deharmonizing the notes. Okay, the reason I was like, don't learn from Wayne Shorter is because that's what he does, on purpose. I went to a concert with Wayne Shorter a couple years ago. It was Wayne Shorter and Herbie Hancock. And I can say now, certifiably, that what they played was nonsense. And I'm not the only one that thought that. The guy that taught me most of what I know, he was at the concert too, and he was like, yeah, no, that was psychotic. They played for like an hour straight. You couldn't grab onto anything they were doing. And then at the very end of it, they said, that was all improvised. Thank you. They bowed, and the crowd applauded because they didn't know what else to do. Who wrote... Oh, what's the tune? Giant Steps. John Coltrane. That is the one where the composer is like, check this out. I'm removing the harmonic form. It is now insane form. Well, I didn't save enough of this guy's music. I can't even find it. You know what? It might actually have been John Coltrane that I was thinking of, in terms of like a sax player to study. It might genuinely have been that. Yeah, if you want to hear some fucked up shit, look up Giant Steps by John Coltrane, and like just grasp for anything. And I hate to like be the bearer of bad news, but while that song sounds like complete nonsense, there is a structure to it. Granted, the structure is more theoretical than literal. By which I mean, like, John Coltrane was one hell of a soloist. A solo sax player. He could make some crazy things happen. And one day, he was like, hold up, all of our chord changes are 2-5-1s built off of each other. What if they were built off of something completely different and, like, terrifying? What if it was the major 3 they were built off of, and we just escalated the chord like that every now and again? No, not the major 3. The sharp 3. And thus, Giant Steps by John Coltrane was born. The worst song on every album. No, it's a really interesting song. I hesitate to say that though, because good lord. The first, like, 50 times you listen to it, you'll just be like, what even is going on here? What am I supposed to do with this? But the other, I think the album is Blue Train. That entire album has some really, really good John Coltrane solos to study. I saw a visualization of it on the Circle of Fifths once. Exactly. It uses the Circle of Fifths to some degree, and as you can probably tell from my dialogue, I only understand it loosely. It was one of the things that took me like years and years to figure out, and I still don't entirely understand it. So when I was gigging, I was like, okay, please, I know you want to play Giant Step. Can we please not? I don't do that to me. I'm begging you. And they did it anyways. Man, there are so many good jazz albums out there. I haven't gone on, like, a massive Whoa! My throat's giving up on... Okay, I didn't die. We just needed water. We're okay. I haven't gone on a massive spiel about jazz so far on stream. I've definitely, like, gone on psychotic ramblings a time and a half about harmonic form, I'm gonna die. And about the way that some improvisation is done. But I've never been like, yo, these are the albums, these are the people, these are the crimes. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do that to someone that actually at least half understands what I'm talking about, you know? Man, I haven't opened up that playlist in years. Ye Olde Jazz Studies playlist. I feel like I talk about this on every stream at this point, but my taste in music has changed so wildly, so frequently. Sorry about that. My cat pushed a button on my computer, and I had to make sure I wasn't muted. The ever-looming threat. Presently, I'm very, very into... I hesitate to call it classic rock, because, like, when I think of classic rock, I always think of Queen. And I like Queen. Queen's good. But they're not emblematic of what I, appreciate about the genre. Like, I grew up in a very Christian household. And until I was in middle school, the only music I had ever heard was worship music. Which, it's a wonder that I ended up into music so much that I went to college for it. But then I got into, like, comedy music. Then, what was it, video game music? Then joke music. Which was perfect, because you could get into video game music, and then Silva Gunner happened. There was just a lot of really good stuff out there. And then I got into high school, and suddenly... You know what, I'm getting things out of order. Suddenly jazz was all I wanted to listen to. And then Silva Gunner happened. There's the order. I'm gonna ride out of here. See you later. So, I have bad news. This is, how long have we been streaming? 50 minutes? And that killer whale that I just threw away at the end of the game is the first one I have used on today's stream. And that's a bad thing. Can you tell that I'm, like, autopiloting? If that's what's happening? It's not an uncommon happening here, either. It's... Oh god, I gotta get better at remembering to use special. Especially when it's killer whale and you can just, like, delete 3 flyfish in the same button. Same. It's real. It's too real. And I consider myself quite the aficionado with Salmon Run. This is what, like the 8th Salmon Run stream? Which I know isn't much in the grand scheme of things, but this channel has not been around all that long. Like... 2-3 months? Okay. To bookend what I was saying earlier, I got really, really into jazz music, and it was all I wanted to listen to. So I went to college for it. And it was almost the only thing— in fact, no, it was the only thing I listened to in college besides Silva Gunner. And when I say Silva Gunner, I mean artists that weren't exclusively Silva Gunner, but making that kind of music. Like, Neil Ciciarega. Like, Toon Link. There were a lot of people out there making that kind of music, and they all got kicked off of YouTube. Man, I would play a Neil Ciciarega song right now, if, I wasn't worried about what that might do to my VOD. If you've never heard it before, look up 300 Megabytes by Neil Ciciarega. He took, I Would Walk 1,000 Miles. He took that song, and he mixed it with a commercial where someone's, like, advertising some sort of device with 300 megabytes of storage. The dude was a visionary. If you don't know Neil C.C. Orega, you definitely know his work. The same guy that made that made the Harry Potter Puppet Pals, made the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Oh god, he's made so many things. He made Bustin'. He was like a foundational point in me, like, gaining appreciation for YouTube as a platform. Anyways, after a while, I was so into jazz that I had been exclusively listening to jazz for about a decade. That's a lot of time to just listen to jazz. It's a way to separate tracks so you can play media audio and remove it from the VOD. Oh yeah, totally. I could do that. That's a lot of work. You're not wrong. I would have to have Audacity running in the background, or something like it. Reaper. Jazz got you into a decade-long loop, and as we discussed, it still comes back to haunt me. I don't know how to set it up, but I know how it can be done. I know how to set it up. And it's not actually that bad, if I'm being honest. It's just a thing that, A, I would have to go out of my way to do, and B, it'd end up taking up a lot more space on my computer, and making my files even messier, which I'm terrified of. Because then suddenly, for every VOD, I've got the capture, I've got the mic audio, I've got the game audio, and they are not mixed. I have to sort of sort them. And then I gotta put all the tuning that I learned in music college, all the funny stuff. The noise reduction, the compression. By the way, I hope my voice doesn't sound too compressed. That's like my biggest fear when it comes to setting up VSTs on this microphone. It's not the best microphone. In fact, it's a microphone designed for instruments, not for speech. So that might answer a couple questions as to, like, why it sounds the way it does. What mic? Oh. Fuck if I know, dude. It's been so long since I bought it. I bought it when I was in college for music school. It's been like a decade. In college for music school was the sentence that just came out of my mouth. Let me try that again. In college for music. I could read the name of it, but honestly by now it's probably very outdated and there are better options that are cheaper. I can say, confidently and comfortably, it's not a Blue Yeti product. We heard nothing. Yippee! You give me PTSD. Last stream, I mysteriously had my mic silence itself without the light going on that's supposed to go on. And it was that way for about 6 minutes. Terrifying. That's one hell of a way to do a RimWorld stream. Oof indeed. I thought it was an ASMR stunt. See, that's the thing. Oh, what have I done? I couldn't make up my mind. That's the thing, like, I've got a couple regulars now, and I really, really appreciate anyone who comes by here. It's really, really cool that people would be, you know, willing to click on a random streamer and just stick it out and then return. That's dope as hell. But even then, sometimes I'll be silent for several minutes, and they're just like, oh, he's intending to be silent right now. He muted his mic on purpose. It's never on purpose. Not a single time. As is evident, I never shut the fuck up. I just have so much on my mind at all times. It's stupid. It's ADHD brain, is what it is. If you want to hear more about ADHD funny numbers, probably the VOD channel. Probably the VOD channel. But I will say that when I got tested for it, 97th percentile in terms of severity. as far as like ADHD can be severe. I got that 97th percentile ADHD. We are like attention maxing. It's a streamer privilege, so don't worry about it. Hell yeah. It's appreciated nonetheless. Oh, I keep forgetting to bookend the, what music I listen to right now discussion. And I know that might be boring for some people, but hear me out. One day, a long, long time ago, dinosaurs roamed the earth. And then, a friend of mine... Actually, you know what? I gotta be more specific. This was in jazz band in college. The lead sax player. He and I were having a discussion. The whole band, we were out at dinner. And the dude was just... He was just talking. And then he said something that, like, grabbed my attention. He was like, yeah, I'm actually also the head of our college's anime club. Oh! What? So, I was like, you know what? Sure, fuck it. You're my friend. We're in the same band. We're homies. Tell me about this shit. Recommend something for me. Because I don't like a lot of, things of that variety that I've tried before. And I think it might just be because I don't know what to try. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Every day is a blessing. I don't know what shit to try. And he was like, dude, okay, I got one for you. I think, considering that you told me that you liked Dragon Ball Z, I think you might like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I was like, okay, sure, I can't promise anything, but I'll give it a watch. From, like, part 1, I was so hooked that once I had finished watching the parts that had been animated at that time, which was all the way up through 4, I started reading 5, and then 6, and then Steel Ball Run, and that's my favorite part. But that's all besides the point. So I got really, really into JoJo's. For a lot of reasons. I wasn't into, like, drawing before then. And then I kind of had a realization that everyone's art style is basically their own attempt to render the world around them in whatever kind of way that they can do, while it's still effective at depicting what they're trying to draw. That's every art style, unless someone is like, you know, named Butch Hartman and can only draw hands in a very specific way, so they're gonna draw every hand that way. Sometimes that's people. Other times you get a Rocky who is very, very specific in, like, I want to capture the structure of what I'm looking at in exaggerated line work. Which, I mean, the dude started drawing by basing his, sketches off of Michelangelo and The Thinker. That's how I interpret music too. Hell yeah. It's an interesting topic, because all arts are kind of connected by that thread. As ridiculous as it was, I enjoyed watching the series. Dude, I was streaming RimWorld yesterday, and this is gonna sound really out of pocket for someone who's never played RimWorld, but a slave trader came in, and I had a little bit of pocket change, so I decided I'm gonna buy me a slave, and release them, and they will join our colony, and it's gonna be great. We're all gonna work hard together. And I go to the slave trader, and they've got a slave for sale named Von Stroheim. So Von Stroheim is now carrying our colony in RimWorld. And I'm glad. Anyways, to bookend, at long last. If you don't know about this in JoJo's, every single character, especially towards the end... What a terrible twist of events. You're not wrong. Some very bad things happened in RimWorld yesterday. But, in JoJo's, every character and every stand, which is just the power scheme, is designed to iterate and invoke musicians, songs, and albums that exist in our real world. Like, there's a stand in, what is it? In Steel Ball Run, called Scary Monsters, based off of, obviously, David Bowie's album Scary Monsters and Super Creeps. And to invoke that, the stand literally causes things to transform into dinosaurs around the user. I.e., there are now scary monsters. And that's simple. But then you get like Purple Haze by Jimi Hendrix, and a stand that creates smoke that will poison you. It's such an interesting way to create things, I think. To base your visual designs, and your designs for like, how the thing is involved with your universe, on other arts that on other art that is out there. And I thought that was really interesting. But, the thing is, considering my musical background, I was very familiar with jazz. So like, when he put on a jazz song like Goodbye Pork Pie Hat, I knew that. But the rest of it, I did not know that. So I got a little bug in my brain that said, you gotta know that. You should check this stuff out so that you can really enjoy the experience. And so I did. And now my top 3 bands, Bowie, Beatles, and Steely Dan. So many incredible albums, incredible songs. Why did I go right? Left. Why did I go left? What was I thinking? It's just really, really good music. Love all 3 of them. Hell yeah. And I didn't get into this stuff until I was like 22, 23. It is now almost all I listen to, is these kinds of bands. Because there's just so much that they made. I got to see Paul in December. Oh shit, hell yeah. God, that's dope as hell. I've got to remember to pick up a ticket sometime to see him and the Rolling Stones, who are still touring. Oh man, if only the economy wasn't falling apart. Anyways. I'm really glad Paul is still touring. If you don't know those bands, check them out. Really good stuff. I'll do what I did and say an album for each of them. Abbey Road is an easy given for the Beatles, but if you don't want to like go with that, go with Magical Mystery Tour. It's a really good time. Or Let It Be is also a good album. Okay, all the Beatles albums are pretty good, especially the later ones. Steely Dan. What would I recommend? Asia. Definitely the whole album of Asia. It's probably the strongest. There's a lot of other good albums too, like Gotcho, Can't Buy a Thrill, and Royal Scam. The fireworks inside the venue. That is crazy. It's actually insane. Paul McCartney, what are you doing? Oh, and David Bowie. David Bowie's my #1 artist right now. Last time I checked, I was in the top 0.0007% of Bowie listeners on Spotify. I know, we're bringing out the numbers. It's all good. And I always recommend the same album. And it's The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust. And you know what? It's probably worth saying this. I don't think I talk about this often at all. But the art of listening to an album straight down, top to bottom, it's like a lost media format. People don't really focus on doing that anymore with their music. And it's one of the best ways music can be organized. Because, like, sure, you go to, that album, Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust. What's the song that everyone knows on that album? Starman. There's a starman waiting in the sky. That's the one. Everyone knows that song. And I'll be honest, when I first listened to Starman, I did not particularly care for it. This was at the height of my musical elitism, by the way, which is something that music school just does to you. You start to get really elitist about, like, what is and isn't music. You start to introduce qualifiers, which is not a good thing to do for art. And it took me a while to realize that. But when you listen to the whole album of The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust, it is perfectly themed, it has momentum, it carries perfectly from song to song. Night by Night by Steely Dan is one of the songs I'm studying at the moment. Hell yeah. Man, I wish there was more Steely Dan music out there. I get really, really into the albums that released from, like, 1970 to 1980. But then there was that long pause where nothing was happening. At least now they're kind of performing again. Performing. Right, composing. Performing in quotes. Thanks Spotify for killing that music ritual. See, that's the thing. I would love to blame Spotify because Spotify is a criminal. We all know this. It's great for the common man, which is wild, actually, when a corporation makes a thing and it makes the consumers happy and capable of doing something that they weren't otherwise able to do. That's great. But let's go Spotify. Good work. It does not pay. It pays chump change. It gives nothing to the musician. Albums are still my primary way of listening to music. That's good. It took me a long time to realize that that's, like, just a really good format for putting songs together. Because there are themed albums, too. Like, there's the Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. Past with a S-S-E-D, not with a T. And that album is going through someone's day and trying to capture it in song. Not like day in the life where it's very specific, but more so going through, like, the hustle and bustle of life at different times of day. One of the best albums I've ever heard. And I think if I was just to listen to a few songs off of it, I would have just, like, forgotten it in a moment. There's so many good bands out there, man. And the cool thing about getting into them so late for me is that, like, there's always another band. There's always a bigger fish. I can just pivot and start listening to, Beck. Or, the Beach Boys. Bands that I have not, like, invested time in listening to their entire discography. And I might have a really, really good time. Yeah, albums are very cool. Music is very cool. I can't say I regret going to college for it. Despite the fact that it gave me a fairly useless degree. And I'm already considering on going back to school for something else. Oh, this is not looking so good. There's gonna be an Ouroboros going on up here. The snake is eating its own tail. Everyone's alive again. We're good, we made it. But yeah, I don't regret it, because I went to college for music because I very specifically wanted to understand why people choose the notes and the chords that they choose. And I feel like now I've got a grasp on that. Self-actualization. Understanding music. Not as many are easy to consume, but concert movies are S-tier media. Obviously, obvious examples for me are Song Remains by the same... Oh, Song Remains the Same by Zeppelin. And Stop Making Sense by Talking Heads. I immediately go to Get Back when I read that. That's not what it was called, was it? Was it called the Get Back documentary? It was. It totally was. The one that, like, came out in the 80s and was, like, kind of garbage. And then... What's his name? See, I space on names way too often. As is... Oh... As is evident. The guy that directed the Lord of the Rings movies. Why can't I remember his name? What's going on with me? Peter Jackson. Yeah, Peter Jackson directed the Get Back documentary that covers the Rooftop album the rooftop performance and the album that they were making for it by the Beatles. By the Beatles? The Beatles. That was a great documentary, and I'll be honest, I didn't entirely appreciate that album too much until after I'd seen it. It gave me a lot more appreciation of it. Still not seen that, but I really need to. It's a good time when you get like a weekend and you just need something to watch. It's a great thing to curl up with. You get to learn that, yes, Ringo, he had the idea for Octopus's Garden. This is true. But when he walked in to make the song, they were desperate, right? They needed some more songs for their new album, for their new performance that they were going to do at a place they hadn't decided on until it became The Roof. So, everyone's walking in. George has a song. Paul's got a song. John has a song. Ringo has nothing. And days go by. Same story. And then one day, Ringo walks in. He's like, I got a song ready. Here's the idea. I'm gonna go over to the piano now. I'd like to be under the sea, in an octopus's garden, in the shade. And that's it. That's all he's got. He starts looping. He sings it again. And then he sings it a third time. And George comes over and he's like, okay, we gotta do something with this. we gotta add some sort of harmonic movement. Because as of right now, you're playing like the same two chords. And then we came out with a song that I actually quite enjoy, despite the silliness of it. The perfect impression. Thank you. Thank you. I wish I could do a better Beatles, but right now all I've got are Paul and Ringo. Every once in a while I can do John, but only sometimes. By the way, that's my favorite of the solo careers. John's, for sure. All of the albums are fantastic. It's a shame there's only 5, but George is the easiest for me. You know what immediately was about to come out of my mouth? I want to hear it. I was about to say that, and then I realized I'm streaming, and that doesn't work. Chat, do your impression. I will listen. It's not how this works. Really, I've always been more into George's solo stuff. It's all good, is the thing. All Things Must Pass is one of the best albums ever made. Like, forget double albums. We have a triple album. Breaking new ground. I will say, I haven't listened to all of JoJo... Whoa! What is wrong with me? All of George's... It's the same J sound is what happened. All of George's solo work yet? Because when I listen to music, I like to, like, especially if it's new music, I like to be doing nothing else. I want to just listen to the music and kind of enjoy it. That's all I want to do. And I've been, like, keeping myself busy lately. I've not been letting myself, you know, just stop and breathe in the roses. Was that a JoJo reference? Almost, and accidentally. And that's fucked up. The only solo Beatle... Okay, I guess, Ringo does have his own solo career, but it's very different from what he was making with the Beatles, which is fine. I have a very tough time, and I'm gonna admit this, and it might even change your opinion of me. I have a very tough time listening to Paul McCartney's solo work. There are some songs where I'm just like, yes, now this is what it's all about. And then I'm just like listening to a full album, and I'm not getting what I'm wanting. That's the bottom line here. And it's very possible that I just listened to the wrong albums. I've done Jupiter and Mars. I've done the Wings intro album. You're in luck, the only music I listened to was MJ. That's it. It's not a bad choice. I'll take Michael Jackson. That's not bad. I need to be doing that or some kind of optimization task like Redstone or Factorio. Oh, hell yes. Yeah, unless you're doing something like one of those things. Obviously, like, Factorio is the one I'm thinking of immediately, in terms of, like, you can just stop playing the game for a second. and start paying attention to the music. There are not a lot of games conducive to that. Like, even RimWorld. I think RimWorld's relaxing most of the time, but when it's not relaxing, it is such that once the game becomes relaxing again, you are still on edge. 50% of my Factorio game time is on paper? That's insane! Levels of planning have reached a new zenith. I can't get them out of my head thanks to the radio playing for hours on end. Am I dead? I'm fine. The thing about Michael Jackson's music is that, like, you're right, the radio plays it, and has played it, and has been playing it a lot and a long time for as long as we've been alive. Assuming your age is what I'm doing, I guess. But as long as I've been alive, at least, Michael Jackson has been ubiquitous. His music is everywhere. And you don't quite recognize the depth to some of the songs until you really, like, take a beat and be like, wait a minute, Smooth Criminal is about an abusive relationship. Wait a minute. Beat It is about a bad neighborhood. You don't really realize that when you hear it everywhere, and you think it's just like, this is music. Yep, this is his music. He's making the noises. Look at him go. Jamon. Wow, that's Michael Jackson. No, there is a lot of depth to what he was writing. And I did not give him the credit until, like, very recently. Oh, you know what? I need to mention... I've got a lot of Splatoon projects in the work. The work's plural. There is one work, and that's where all my Splatoon projects are. Apparently. Similar to me maybe a year or two ago. It's always, like, a revolutionary moment where you realize that, like, wait a minute, this song that's really popular actually has a lot of depth to it. Anyways, I've got a lot of Splatoon things in the works. And at the very last, I can say that one of them is done. So I have a couple different YouTube channels that I attempt to put things on, to varying degrees of success. And the reason for that is that I have genuinely, like, every once in a while, I'll just be doing something, and a script will fall out of me. I'll have an idea, and then I'll just start writing, and 50 pages later, I realize I've wasted the whole day writing a script on, like, how to paint optimally with every single weapon in Splatoon. And I can finally say that I finished the first Splatoon video and put it on the channel. It's, the paint output versus paint effectiveness tier list and discussion. Finally, I can do Splatoon things like I've always wanted. But I have like 50 Splatoon scripts, and they're gonna take so long to realize, to put into reality. But if you're into Splatoon stuff, that channel is Mumph.inc. All of my stuff comes after a dot, and that's, that is the Mumph. Brand. We have Mumph.vod, and we have Mumph.inc with a K. I play a lot of this game. Unfortunately, I still haven't gone deep on, like, ranked, X-rank, any of that stuff. I might be saving that for a series. On the right track when it comes to music, after hearing his unreleased rehearsal and theory crafting cassette tapes, it was more believable. I have not even looked into those. I didn't even know they existed. This is the first time hearing of them. I'm gonna look that up right after the stream. All the music started from his vocals. That is very interesting. The other really cool thing about, like, writing music, considering that there's so many different approaches you can take, yeah, you can start an entire song from vocals. You could start from the groove, you could start from the form, you could start from the melody. And sometimes, like, that leads to some of the most unique music you will ever hear. Like, I imagine rap music as a genre starts with the lyrics, and that's kind of where it ends, too. That is to say, though, there's a lot of interesting things that can be done in rap music that deserves appreciating. Anyways, I think it's really, really cool how some... I'm dead, by the way. How some... I'm not dead. I'm gonna be dead. I must get this thought up. I must. Why does this always happen at the exact same time? It's always at the end of wave 4. I'm the only one alive. I'm out of here. So with jazz, you pretty much go form first. Sometimes you have a melody that you start with, and you suit the form to the melody, and then you use the form to expand on it. If I'm talking nonsense, form is just the chord structure. That's the word we use for it. Blues form. 12-bar blues, 16-bar blues, it's the same stuff. So, that's the stuff that I always understand. Is like when we go form first. But lately I've been getting an appreciation for like the Grateful Dead, who goes groove first. It's all about the style before we get into everything else. There's just so many different approaches you can take to that. I need some help practice singing notes outside the major scale. Anytime I try to sing minor, it's going back to major. That takes a while, I'm not gonna lie, to get used to. I've been through the same thing. You'll go through a little arc, but you'll get there. The key is the minor 3. Once you get the minor 3, the rest of the sound will follow. Two of them! Learning do-re-mi at age 5 cursed me. It begins with a blessing and ends with a curse. Making life simple by making it worse. Yeah, learning to sing the different modes is not something I would wish on my worst enemies. Because that is like... The cool thing about having an instrument is like, you know, you input the right thing, you push the trombone slide to the right position, and you curl your lips the correct way, you'll get the note. You push down the right valves in the trumpet, you push down the right keys on the keyboard, you hold the correct fret with the guitar, you will be getting the flat 6. With your voice, you're just kind of guessing a lot of the time. And that's why it can take it's why it can take sometimes just stopping and going note by note and being very slow with it. If I have kids, I'm going to teach them at least major and minor. That's important. I was how many years old before I realized there was a difference? 14? I think 14. It's so useful to know. It gives you something to grab onto. And then, of course, you realize that not everything is in major and minor, and your world collapses around you. Have to listen to Edward Keel's most famous song. What is it? Fill me in, Ballarov. Putting you on the spot. I actually don't know Edward Keel. So I hope I'm not, like, setting myself up for pain. Oh no, that's a Kappa. Oh no. Oh my god, you son of a bitch. You just... Wow, what is this? The Year of Our Lord? I did not expect to see that song ever again. It's back. The Tra-la-la-la-la song is here. Your mic is mixed really well. Did you learn EQ and stuff in college? Yes. And thank you for telling me that, because I'm not gonna lie. Every single stream, I have a minor freak out about it. Not a major freak out. Don't get it twisted. But I have a minor freak out about it, and I twist 1 or 2 knobs. I'm hoping that today, we finally have reached the setting to where I no longer have to freak out about it. That's the thing, like... So, you take a class in college for music. It doesn't even have to be music. For engineering, it can be something you're told to take. It's... music tech. And it's basically just using technology to master music. They force you to learn GarageBand, Audacity, and like 1 or 2 other things. And the thing is, every DAW can kind of do what those programs can do. Digital Audio Workstation, if you don't know what DAW is. Turns out GarageBand is not just a tool for playing the piano on your computer and looping the same small little thing over and over again. That would have surprised middle school Mumph to learn. Oh no, we're 2 eggs too short. I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm switching, we're not doing extra work anymore. But yes, they teach you a lot of that stuff, and unfortunately, because I know now what, like, compression does, what an EQ is... What an EQ does, rather. What a limiter does, what noise reduction, I know all of it. All of it being a gross overstatement, by the way. It was 1 class. What can they teach in 1 class, you know? But I know enough that I have I have enough things to worry about when it comes to my sound. Like, I hear something wrong and I'm like, immediately, is this compressor? Is this limiter? What is this? I use Reaper for mic guitar and Ableton for composing. Those are probably the best things you can get right now. At least Reaper, I know for a fact, is. And I haven't gotten around to using Ableton yet. I was on Finale for so long. Not the video editor Finale, but the music composition... The music transcriber Finale. Old, dated, hasn't been updated since like 2015? Finale. And they charge you for it. But I got a cracked copy, don't tell anyone. So, eventually I switched over to MuseScore. Because A, it was free, and it started getting more features. And I like to save money. Being frugal makes the heart happy. Finale is Finale now anyways. Finale is over. It can't hurt you. I actually have no idea what state Finale is in right now. It's been years since I've tried to use it. The last 2 computers I've owned have not had Finale installed on them. But I've heard nothing but good things about Ableton. Yeah, after Tantacruel took over, it got really good. Oh! That's good to hear. Might look into using it again. Because I won't lie to you, MuseScore's free. MuseScore can do, like, a lot of things. Oh, MuseScore you mean, okay. Well, I'm back looking towards Ableton, I guess. MuseScore can do a lot of things, but there are some things that MuseScore does that just, like, frustrate. At least in my experience with actually using it. No Finale is actually dead. Good. Good. Finale doesn't deserve to be alive anymore. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Balarov, when you, linked that, a part of me was expecting to be rickrolled. A very real part of me. But you didn't say Rick Astley, so I had my doubts. And then you did something magical. You resurrected a song. Alright, before I, like, forget outright and commit to doing other things with this stream, like, playing the regular rotation instead of egg work over and over again, I need to talk about the balance of these weapons. Luna, very good. I noticed that I got forgotten by many. You're very right. Probably for the best, because now it's funny when it pops up. Luna is very, very good for this mode, obviously. Blaster's AoE are like to die for. And 200 damage direct with like a minimum of 100 in the AoE. That's good to have on a weapon that shoots this fast. And Dapples are alright because of the DPS they can output. They might have no range. At least, you know what, that was before the update. Before the update, you could not hit a fish stick from below it like this with Dapple Dualies. You just couldn't. You might be able to now. I'll have to test that again. Oh yeah, the fog map. But Jet Squelcher and Dualie Squelchers are like nothing but liability. They do so little damage, and their matchups are abysmal. At the very least, Dualie Squelchers can use its rolls to like kind of counterplay versus the shark versus what's the other thing? Mackerel. I'm sorry, I call things by the wrong names. Versus Moz and Flip-Flop. It has good matchups there. But matchups that aren't like netting it much in terms of KOs, and it's really, really bad in a lot of other situations. Especially this one, when you have to take out a Drizzler, those weapons are worthless. That was all I needed to say, because I mentioned the Splatoon projects. One of the projects is a Salmon Run solo queue tier list, and I'm trying to be very empirical with it. I had to get so much dumbass data. My only gripe with Ableton is that the track info in a ranger view is on the right instead of the left. You can't change it? That's so mean. That's like everything on every iPhone being like, alright, it works this way and you have no say. I really gotta learn Splatoon more. I've been winging it and learning mostly through experience for 10 years. Same. Need to actually strengthen the knowledge. What's very cool about Splatoon, that can also be said about TF2, is that the content scene is just bumping. Constantly, there is Splatoon content being made. And granted, I'd be lying if I said the community was going strong right now. The competitive community seems to be going pretty strong, at least. But the player base is kind of dwindling at this point. We love it anyways. It's Splatoon. We like to play Splatoon. Whoa! Oh, his frame rate was great when you're far enough away from him. I forgot they do that in Salmon Run to keep the frames from, like, breaking the Nintendo Switch. There's just so much content out there for Splatoon. If you ever want to get into, like, Splatoon 3 from a, like, balance and knowledge base, there's, like, 5 different channels I could probably name off cusp that are just endlessly posting interesting discussion and worthwhile things. Chara, obviously, is the go-to. But Akira, One-Winged Akira, the Ink Crush player. Chase 247, am I gonna try to name 5 right now? Probably not. There's a lot of Splatoon creators out there at the bottom line, and it's really, really cool how if you want to learn more about the game, there's someone who's said the things. I cannot believe that little maneuver just worked out. I've only recently got into the Splatoon community, at least here on Twitch, so I couldn't notice the community getting smaller. I won't lie to you, I'm in kind of a similar boat. I picked up... Oh god. I picked up Splatoon 3 for 2 reasons. I've played a lot of TF2, and this game kind of looks similar, and it kind of plays similar, so that's reason 1. And 2, the idea of a roguelike Splatoon game made me feel like I needed to get the game, because, Side Order was coming out. So I got the game like a month before Side Order, and you gotta understand, I owned Splatoon 1 with the Wii U. It came pre-packaged. I played it for 10 hours. I did not like that game. And it's a little bit because, like, the Wii gamepad is very unwieldy with the motion controls. It's a very heavy, bulky little thing. And the weapons in that game are wildly unbalanced. The stronger weapons are just so much better than the weaker ones. What is that? What am I looking at? What is this? Mystery scales. I've never seen that before. I guess I'll play another round. I only got the first one because it was new and I was curious to what it was. I haven't attended any events and quality shelved it. And quietly shelved it. You're not mistaken in doing that, by the way. I mean, granted, Splatoon 1 veterans will, like, constantly talk about how good the game was. And it was good for some things. I would be lying if I said otherwise. But it is not the kind of game that I would be into. It's just not. And then Splatoon 2 came out, and it was one of the only games available on Switch post-launch. So I picked it up, my best friend picked it up, a couple more friends picked it up, and we were set. We were like, we're gonna play Splatoon 2, and we're gonna do it every day when we get back from classes in college. It'll be great. I got like 40 hours into playing it regularly, and I dropped it. The thing is, as I keep saying, I come from TF2, and in TF2, it's about using your tech skill and knowledge of the game to do incredible things and take control of the match. In Splatoon 2, the winning strategy was to pick the correct weapon and stay as far away from the enemy as possible. And just spam your special. Charge it, spam it. Do it the whole game and you might just net out a win doing that. There were weapons that kind of defied that, but I did not find them in the 40 hours I played the game. I like to fight with weapons, so I go back to TF2. Splatoon 3 comes out. I don't even blink. I don't look at it. It might as well not have come out for me. And then 2 years later, I randomly, like, watch a streamer play it, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is TF2, but with ink. It's about weapon fighting. That's what the game is balanced around. It's fighting. That's what I want. So I picked it up. And I have almost as many hours as I have in TF2 now. I've got 2,000 in TF2. I've got like 1,650 in S3. It's a great game. It really is exactly what I was wanting, because the thing about TF2 is, like, there's only so many weapons, and Valve does not update their games anymore. Especially ones that old. At least you got what you wanted from 3. I very, very much did. It's the reason that I'm, like, you know, still playing the game so often. It's so good for what it, like, for what I wanted out of it, that, like, I'm genuinely scared. Because if S4 comes out, and it's not about fighting with the weapons, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna play the game. I know it's like a sad thing to say, but genuinely. Fighting with these weapons, they're really fun to use. Explo is like TF2's loose cannon if it was good. Wellstring is the Demo Man sticky bomb launcher. Toothbrush is the Demo Man charge. Blasters are the rocket launcher. It's all here. All the pieces are here. But with a new twist. Don't worry about that, it's a bridge you'll come across later. Enjoy 3 while it lasts. That's the thing that's really, really sad about 3 right now. There is no new content. The most we get, the most we have gotten in like the last year, has been patches, changes, balance changes, that's it. No new weapons, nothing new. And the community is kind of getting bored. So people are leaving, people aren't playing the game anymore. The game is on its way out, which is very unfortunate, and I very much am going to do that. I'm going to play the game as long as it lasts, because I very much enjoy it. And S4 better be the bee's knees. I swear it. But I'm definitely in the camp that, obviously, after that spiel I just went on, obviously I'm gonna prefer we get a Splatoon 3 Deluxe, because then it means there's no chance that the devs mess it up. Or turn the game into something I don't want. By the way, I made that observation about using Killer Whale, and then I haven't used it since. I've got problems. But yeah, like I said with Kirby Air Ride 2, I was worried that that would be a mess until Sakurai's on the label, and I'm still kind of worried that it might be a mess. But Splatoon 3, S1 and S2 did not do anything for me. And I will admit, a little bit of that with S2 was my fault. I didn't know what weapons to pick. I wasn't the competitively minded character that I am now. I didn't look up a tier list. I just used what I thought looked funny. And you know where I'm going with this. I picked up the bathtub. I played a lot of bathtub in S2. That is very contrary to my philosophy on I want to fight with the weapons. Bathtub is I want to not fight with my weapon, and I will do everything in my power to not fight with my weapon. If you die to bathtub, it'll be because I wasn't fighting you and was throwing my blobs from very far away. It's contrary to how I like to play the game. And it took getting Splatoon 3 for me to realize that. Alright, this is definitely the last extra work. We're going into regular Salmon Run after this, because I need a change. That's the other thing with egg work. It's great. We like egg work here on this channel. I get a lot of fun out of the seed. But obviously, by the nature of the mode being designed the way it is, it gets a little repetitive. That's kind of the modus operandi here. They designed it to be repetitive so that you could metagame the system. Oh, that's nice. But I want that scale. You gotta get that scale, 100%. Alright. I really do like this game, I guess, to bookend. And I hope it gets the justice. How long is extra work on for? Till tomorrow at 8, but the second rotation is also on till tomorrow at 8. If you don't know much about the way I stream Salmon Run, is I only stream it when I have the option of streaming 2 rotations. One after the other, typically. Like, I'll stream maybe an hour or 2 before the rotation changes, and I'll stream both of them. Sometimes, it's only been once. There was an egg work that happened in the middle of a change, so I got to do 3 rotations on one stream. That was awesome. But this time, the rotations changed at 4 AM. And the next one changes when egg work ends, so we are stuck. We only get 2 rotations today, which I guess is normal. It feels like it's been a long time since the last big run. I'll have a chance to play at least? Hell yes. You know what? Time zone as well. I said it's 8 PM on the 11th that it ends. I'm in America with Eastern Standard Time. I have to start considering that now, because when you stream as early as I do... Okay, this is Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Florida. I am in hell. It's 6 AM. No one is watching a stream in Florida at 6 AM. 99% of my viewers are EU. So I have to consider that when I talk about timing with things. Oh no. Look at all these eggs. These guys are on it. We've never done this wave and done this well. Oh, but it's fog, so the goldies were dropping eggs. I think that has something to do with it. Alright, that means we gotta hustle with this last wave. That's gotta be the highest hazard level we've seen. I wasn't expecting Florida. I was thinking you had a Massachusetts accent. What? You're probably not wrong. The thing is, like... It's one of the weird things about English. When you listen to more people speaking the language, and specifically when you pick a couple people that you, like, listen to a lot, like if you have favorite streamers, favorite creators, and you hear them speak a lot, you might start noticing that you're saying certain words in a way that you do not normally say them. Somehow, I can no longer say room. I say rum now. And this was not the intent. Do you watch German by any chance? I think that might even be where I got room from. I think it's very possible. He was my first, like, streamer that I started watching because I grew up kind of Let's Play-y. Because you need background noise at the end of the day, you know? When your brain is as fucked as most of us seem to be, you need background noise. And the format of a Let's Play, while it can do that, it's also very, oh, there's a good word for it. I think trite is what I'm gonna use. It's done in a way that's somewhat inauthentic way more often than not, and it makes it very hard to enjoy them. So when I realized that, like, streams... Okay, check it out. Here's the reason that I'm, like, so obsessive about saving VODs and maintaining this stuff. A stream VOD. You make what you love. And a stream VOD is, to me, the ultimate background noise. With a stream VOD, you can not pay attention for hours, and you won't miss anything of particular significance. But, if you do pivot, and you want to pay attention, there is always something of interest happening on the screen. The stream VODs are really, really cool for that. They're like the ultimate background noise, so like when I first discovered that there were a lot of people posting stream VODs, Germa was the recommendation I was given from a friend, and I binged a lot of his content, that is for sure. But I haven't watched Germa in years at this point. Yo, 2 to the 8th power eggs? What? Is there a timer? A counter? Nope. How many eggs did we get? I should check the list. Can we check the list? My accent's messed up too. I'm British, but people here have asked me if I'm from just about anywhere. It's poison. This generalized English. One day, we will all be stuck with the same accent. And you know which accent that's gonna be. I was walking my dog when all of a sudden, a thing happened. A man walked up. It's gonna be the TikTok voice. We're all gonna be speaking in the TikTok voice. Mark my words. Don't let it happen to you. It'll happen to you. Alright, what is this second rotation? What are we doing here? Wait, what's the map? It better not be Marooner's Bay. It's Marooner's Bay! Okay, you got 256 eggs. Hell yeah. It really is 2 to the 8. Good shit. I don't watch TikTok, so I'll be safe, I hope. I would like to hope so as well, but I need a bind. L3 is in rotation, and I do not like pulling the trigger over and over and over again. Brush bind. Ignore... okay. Ignore the idiot brush bind. That's not me calling ink brush a brush for idiots. That's me, making a layout so that I can roll my hand on the D-pad and have it flick for me, because my arthritis will not allow me to math. Autism thing, I noticed powers of 2 everywhere. That's badass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of similar with prime numbers. Okay. Oh, to bookend the TikTok thing, I do not use TikTok either, but I think as more people do, and continue doing, they will start adapting things from the TikTok voices. And then they will make things, and we might just watch the things they make, and we might adapt to their accent. You never know. Culture is a gigantic Ouroboros. Alright, this rotation is a weird one. By the way, I do not recommend the D-pad thing with ink brush, because to do it, you either have to commit to standing still to flick the brush, or moving the left control stick with your right hand while your left hand rotates around on the D-pad. So that was a failure of a bind, but I still use it every now and again. Like in Big Run. Because I do not like the ink brush. It makes my hands so sad. It's a really interesting weapon, but I can't do it. Ugh. Okay. This rotation. Here's what's up. Oh. Oh, that was depressing. And now he's going somewhere else. My soul. General idea of mapping to make it more comfortable. I forget you can do that on Switch. It's the only reason I can play L3, Paintbrush, Octobrush. I need that left bumper bind. Squeezer. I would not be able to play Squeezer without that bind. That is 100% the truth. And granted, I don't, like, play a lot of any of those weapons besides Octobrush. But that bind has been constantly useful. Even in other games. But let's talk about this rotation, because we have some good things here. The thing about Bucket is that it's really good, but it's not great. It is a little slow. 140 damage guaranteed per shot, no matter where you hit on the projectile. That's a good thing. That's always a good thing. And the fact that you can kind of do AoE by shooting it over people's heads, it's a good weapon for that. And it's definitely, like, towards the middle in terms of game balance, because there are some busted things in Salmon Run, that's for sure. But it's just not that strong, is the bottom line with Bucket. It is a good weapon here, regardless. Squipper is actually, like, one of the best sniper rifles in the mode, for obvious reasons. Mobility plus being able to, like, you know, one-shot with AoE through piercing damage. And a 300 damage shot that charges up in, like, half a second. That's pretty good. That's nothing to sneeze at. As you could probably tell from how I interacted with the Goldie a couple seconds ago, Dowsers, I quite like. I'm at A. I quite like them in this mode. When you need a whole hell of a lot of DPS stat, the turret mode is really, really useful. Having a ranged poking tool is a decent thing to have, especially against creatures. Creatures like the fish stick. And the dodge roll is always a useful thing for getting away from the shark and the flip-flop. Overall, it's a pretty good weapon, but it's in a pretty similar spot to Bucket, with a little bit more versatility. I may have to head off because I've got a lot of stuff to do, but I really enjoyed my stay. Kristen rated well. It's been appreciated. Thanks for coming by, thanks for watching. It's always very, very much appreciated. Especially when, like, it's such a small screen. Left to follow. Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I do that thing where I don't put alerts on. I don't know that I'll change that. Just feel like that would, kind of take something out of the experience for me. I don't know. We'll see if that ever changes, but I have my doubts. Be well.
I send you all.
So, the rest of this comp, it's just L3. That's it. And L3 is the worst weapon in the comp by far. Maximum DPS is 360. It's single target. And it can paint the floor, so there's that. Did you like the frame dip there? 100% Switch 1 hardware, baby. So this comp is alright, is the bottom line. It's got a couple flaws, but it's got enough going for it that I'm gonna enjoy it, I feel like. We'll see how long I end up playing it, because at this point, I do not know. A Splatoon stream, for me, can be a couple different lengths. Like, some games get a lot of hours per stream. Risk of Rain 2, 7 or 8. RimWorld, 6 to 8. I did a shorter one yesterday, and by shorter, I mean 6.5 hours. I feel like if I'm, like, just waking up and starting to stream, I could play RimWorld for a very, very long time. Oh, we're getting overrun. Please don't be targeting me. Of course he's targeting me. I needed to take out the stingers. But we couldn't. It's fine. I forgot how you're supposed to move this bucket. You're supposed to do short hops. God, I love Substrate. It's so good. I'm gonna jump out of here. Anyways, a Splatoon stream, for me, it can be 2 hours, it can be 4 hours. If there's enough rotations, it might even be 6 hours. But it's definitely one of the shorter streams for me, because, I mean, it's very frenetic. It's a very frenetic game, and there's not a lot to talk about in terms of what I'm doing in the second. Like in RimWorld, I can just talk about what my plans are in the game, and what's happening in the game. It's easy. With Risk of Rain 2, it's just as frenetic. It's a great game, by the way. But there's always like something to talk about in terms of your build, how your run's going. In this game, it's just kind of moment-to-moment salmon run, and I find that to be incredibly relaxing. Oh, Nutmeg, don't fall. My cat almost fell off the table. She's alright. In this game, it's a relaxing thing, but it's also, obviously, a little mindless and repetitive. There's not much to comment on besides, like, the comp that the rotation is stuck with. So I end up using these streams as a way to kind of collect my thoughts and make plans and discuss. Good thing you weren't arguing about being either a squid or a kid. I want that meme to be permanently forgotten. It's so unfortunate that, like, Splatoon came out at the peak of Nintendo trying to be a family company. And by a family company, I mean strictly marketing to kids and that's it. Because yeah, the "you're a squid now, you're a kid now" is one of the worst things attached to this game franchise, ever. It does nothing. The only thing it does is like this. You're a squid now, you're a kid now. That's it, that's it. Now you know one of the gameplay mechanics. And I guess that's not nothing. Is it helpful? Is it worthwhile for the marketing? Is that 3 snakes or just 2? Just 2. It's just as bad as Hotel Mario. How dare you call Hotel Mario bad? I'm kidding. I love Hotel Mario, but not for the reason it was intended. Oh god, get me out of here. Because it's a damn brothel. It really is. Nice of the princes. I like the way they say princess. We gotta find the princes. And you gotta help us. I really like the voices in Hotel Mario. The game itself is a wash. Like, there's no point to it existing. Other than the cutscenes. It gives you the same feeling that, like, CDI Zelda gives you. Great! I'll grab my stuff! I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok. It gives you that kind of vibe, which it's not good for a video game, but it's really good for a thing to remember and love and cherish. Nintendo dates back to gambling cards and love hotels? Yet they dare call themselves a family-friendly company? I did not know about the second part of that statement. And you could be lying to me right now. But I'm choosing to believe you, either way. Because I would love to live in a world, and I choose to believe this is that world, where Nintendo was once a brothel company. Brothel Mario was a game we could have gotten. I wish I was lying, but it's all true. That was a bad roll. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's really, really great. I'm surprised they didn't... Okay, I'm not surprised. I wish in Pikmin 2 we had found some sort of relic to that. And also taxis, but those are more family-friendly. They had taxis? What? We've come a long way. That's actually insane. They really did it all. They should have had, like, references to that in Pikmin 2. Instead, we just got a couple Nintendo playing cards. We got a Nintendo light bulb. We got the gyro thing that's inside of GameCube controllers. We didn't get a taxi. We should have. We got Rob's head. That was a fantastic game, by the way. I had no idea I would end up liking it more than Pikmin 1. I grew up with Pikmin 1, and I love that game. But Pikmin 2, there's just something about it. It stressed me the hell out. And if you want to see me, like, in a very different state of mind, compared to the relaxed Salmon Run stream, with, like, small bursts of panic as I perish horribly. Now that I searched it again, Nintendo are calling them an urban legend. Sly Nintendo. Creators of anything will never admit to wrongdoing. Ever. I can use the left bumper at long last. This is my first time getting L3, by the way, in this rotation, which is a blessing. I did not want to touch this weapon any more than I had to. But the example I'm thinking of when I say that is that, Steve in Minecraft is obviously an attention to recreate the protagonist from Vice City, and it's been admitted to that that's what it is before, but in every interview since, Marcus Persson has been, no, this is my original character, this is Steve, I made him up. He did not have a name when the game released. He did not have the name, he didn't have a name when the game was in beta, alpha, pre-alpha. I played it in all those times, man, I can tell you. When we saw what is now considered Steve, we just called it a homeless person, because that's what he looked like. You could press the G button, and you would spawn him, he would run in circles, and he would jump over and over again. That was it, that was the game. To little, like, 7 or 8-year-old Mumph, who played pre-alpha Minecraft. That was the only thing my brain could, like, interpret that as. Oh, that's an awful spot. I hate how UFO does not kill stingers. It drives me insane. But yeah, earlier I talked about how Melee is my favorite game of all time, and that will never change. It's still, like, the best video game ever made. For a million reasons. I might make a video on that one day. Who knows? But Steve being added to Smash Ultimate completely, like, obliterated the seal. The seal of, like, quality that a character being in Smash says about the character themselves. Piranha Plant walked so Steve could run. No, Piranha Plant opened the seal, and Steve was what walked through. Hey, period. I don't know if you're, like, taking offense to what I'm saying, because it's a possibility. But this is what you get from someone who's been a lifelong Smash player and a Minecraft player for a very, very long time. That character is not a character at all. He does not deserve to be glorified. Unless you're talking about the Jack Black version, which deserves to be glorified in the same way that Hotel Mario deserves to be glorified. A beautiful way. There's a clip I've been looking for lately that I just can't seem to find anywhere. And it's a clip where, it's the I Am Steve. But he just goes, I? And then he never finishes. It zooms in on him, time passes, there's like a drop of water that falls. Don't ever insult Hotel Mario with that parody ever again. What do you mean by any of this? Oh, the Smash thing. Sorry. I'll elaborate on that. So, in Super Smash Bros., having a character in the game was equivalent to telling you that this character is attached to their own story, and there's a lot more than meets the eye. There's a lot going on under the surface with this character. In fact, I went through, a lot of my life being like, okay, I'm looking into new games. What kind of games are there? I'm just gonna look at the Smash Brothers roster. Okay, here's Marth. I've seen Marth a whole hell of a lot. I don't even know what this Fire Emblem thing is. So then I would play Fire Emblem, and I'd discover a new, like, niche of video games that were in their own rights a masterpiece. There are some amazing Fire Emblem games out there. Granted, the hardcore players will, like, give you very different opinions on this, but Awakening, Path of Radiance, the other amazing ones. There have been so many. Shadows of Almia. I like Three Houses personally, but I see that it has flaws. And that's been the same case with, like, F-Zero. With, what other characters have there been? Ganondorf. There's been a lot of characters in Smash that I don't think I would have played their games if they weren't in Smash. So Steve being the way he is, disheartened me. Because he is not a character. He is a drawing of the protagonist from Vice City. He does not deserve it. Just having a bunch of sales on your game does not make you a good character. That's the bottom line. That's what I mean by that. Fun fact, the music from the last round is called Frothy Waters, and it's made by an in-game band of 3 Salmon. I love... Okay, we spent a lot of time this stream talking about real bands. About the Beatles, about Steely Dan. We spent a lot of time today doing that. I really, really love how Splatoon has an analog to that. Like, you look into a song on Splatoon, it's got an album cover. And a band whose personalities have been specifically articulated and written down. It's one of the things that makes the world that Splatoon takes place in is such an interesting one to me. Because what is with the frames? Whoa! That was wonderful, wasn't it? Terrifying. I really like that. I like the Salmon music, and I like the Salmon who make it. They deserve appreciation. I think what's, like, the most crazy to me about that, obviously, it didn't need to exist, but that it does adds a lot of depth to Splatoon. The thing that's crazy about it to me is that you will get different people that have wildly different opinions on the artists. On various artists. Like, they'll like, oh god. I can't think of any but the Gold Bazookas. Their names just kind of blend together. Well, my apologies. I guess I haven't memorized the names of the Splatoon artists. Oops. But I really love all the details in Splatoon that they add to really immerse people in the universe. They do a great job with that. It's really appreciated. But I love how sometimes you'll see someone who hates, I think it's Inky and the Gold Bazookas. They just hate it. And then you'll have a ska musician who comes in and feels heard. Like, oh my god, they know our music! I think that's, like, beautiful. How they can somehow recreate people having different opinions on different artists in an entirely fictional world. Yeah, I really consider the bands in Splatoon to be kind of a stroke of genius. And whoever came up with this living universe that Splatoon kind of puts out there deserves a raise. They haven't gotten one already. I will say though, the thing about Splatoon music that is not so great, it's the perfect backing track to Splatoon as a game, to the things that you do in Splatoon. It fits, like, very, very few situations that are not playing Splatoon. Putting Splatoon music on when you're playing, like, Factorio, when you're playing, like, RimWorld, when you're playing, say, like, TF2, any shooter, when you're playing almost any other video game. The Splatoon music is psychotic. When you're studying, Splatoon music is a horrible idea. The most question is, are you a squid? I liked the most question. You correcting it was helpful for me understanding the message, but I did like the most question. That was a great wording, and I think I'm gonna use that. That throw was awful. I did, okay, a while ago when I was making the paint output video, and by a while ago I mean like 2 weeks. Not a while at all. It just feels like a lot in terms of internet time, where so much happens in a day. When I made the Splatoon video on paint output, I was looking for songs specifically from Splatoon that would function well as background noise for a discussion or for some sort of like dialogue that I'm trying to put out there. You have no idea how many songs I went through and was just like, this does not fit even remotely. I clicked on so many videos that were like, here's a compilation of all the relaxing or chill songs from Splatoon. They put like the theme when you lose the game in Splatoon 2. The wow 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 wow. That one? That doesn't relax me. That makes me feel bad for having lost the game. Uh-oh. Wait, I can just destroy them. I gave my life for the cause. Banjo and Kazooie's dialogue is annoying enough to fit into Splatoon. They did kind of do a mumble speak. Though they kind of created their own language. That's another thing about the depth that this, like, fictitious universe has. They created their own language analog. Right? Oh, he's dead. He's not dead. He got up. They created their own language analog, which I find to be really interesting, because sometimes you'll say booyah. You hear that? Woomy. That's like, it has the same sort of vibe that saying booyah does. They put a lot of thought into it, but then there's the fact that, like, we'll get back into the singers. The different singers have completely different voices, tones to their voice. They somehow come up with a language entirely fictitious that sounds like complete gibberish to any and everyone. And the language is, like, depthful enough to have different accents. Don't laser me, please. Don't laser me. Woomy Bomb is my favorite special. How about Vemo Bomb? I'm a Vemo Bomb enjoyer. The Sims did the same. Kate Perry did her part as well for that game. By the way, Balarov, I'm like genuinely sorry that if you make like a slight typo, I read it as though like it's the best thing I've ever heard. Because I find so much humor in things being said in a slightly off-kilter way. Kate Perry does it for me. As a name for Katy Perry. Good old Catherine Perry. He kissed a girl and she liked it. Have you heard the news? Did I just, like, age myself? By, like, that being what I said? Wait, hold on. It's just dawning on me. Did you just say that Katy Perry wrote a song for Sims? Because that's insane. I did it again. I held onto my whales. I used one of them. No, it's fine. Yeah, she's saying that gibberish. You know what? Good for her. No, I think she did a cover of Last Friday Night. You can probably tell how little I've listened to Katy Perry by, like, immediately. There are one of two songs that she's written that I even know of. We should come up with a new genre. One that describes the kind of music that Katy Perry and Taylor Swift sing. And we should call it pop. No, I don't know. We need to come up with a genre name for whatever that kind of music is, because I'm so sick of calling everything pop. By the way, I love Dowsers. for this kind of fight. When you just need a bunch of DPS, Dowsers are your gun. Simpoven. Good. Where does the Uven part come from? Because the simp part I can understand, because it's all like about lost love and whatnot. Beethoven. Simpoven. Oh, that's good. I read that as Uven. But Simpoven, I think you're going somewhere with that. Simpoven. Could you imagine if we were able to, like, convince the world that that's Simpoven? It would never happen. Because anyone seeing that's gonna be like, what even are you talking about? But what a beautiful name for that kind of genre. I'm not gonna lie, it took everything in my power to not, like, misread that as Simpoween. Like the new hip holiday to replace Halloween. Where the point of focus is simping. We could pass it to Asmongold and Joey from Vinesauce. Depends by all their music. It's doable. We've discovered a path forward. Is Asmongold even real anymore? I think is the question that brings up to me. I thought he vanished after saying that one thing about Palestine. That's a topic that I am not going to get into on this stream. I have talked about that to death in a past Splatoon in a past Splatoon stream, and I don't try to be political if I can help it. But there are some things that just, like, kind of blow my mind. And the way I stream is that I just, like, if I have something on my mind, I'm gonna say it. It's gonna come out in my mouth, you know? I feel like if I have a thought, a somewhat coherent one, especially, and I alter it beyond recognition into something that is, like, I don't know, completely different and more for an audience instead of for just, like, a human. I don't even know where I'm going with this. What I'm trying to say is that I just say what's on my mind. And sometimes that might be problematic. I might say some really stupid shit. Call me on it. I dare you. He vanished from gaming content and into the deep rabbit hole of politics. Oh, they always do. I got into Twitch to avoid all that. And that's entirely fair. That's why I don't tend to, spend too much time talking about that kind of stuff on stream. But sometimes, though, you know, the mind wants what it wants. Must speak. Must speak thoughts into power. Pure gaming and similar hobbies is what I'm here for. And that's the worst part of it. No one wants to talk about politics or think about politics. But politics has its, like, claws in every other aspect of life. Claws was the third word that came to my mind there. That's the kind of reorganization of thoughts. The other two I'm sure you can imagine. You can't just ignore politics altogether because it affects everything. Like, if we were ignoring politics, if politics wasn't relevant, the Switch 2 would be $350. But instead, the world around us is making, like, politics a necessity for doing literally anything. Oh, you just want to, like, play video games? Too bad, I'm raising the prices. And you gotta help us. I wish there was, like, something that we could do besides voting and praying that shit works out, but it never does. I mean, discussion-wise. And that's fair. That is, it's a very valuable escape. from that nonsense. This is jump rope simulator. It's over. I already discussed it enough outside of Twitch. Exactly. Yeah, you definitely don't want to have politics shoved down your throat 24/7. There are too many ropes to jump over. I'm leaving. We're so dead. There's no way we clutch this up. There's no way. Wait, we have a Japanese player. We have Slinky. Slinky was here earlier. It's possible. It's not possible. It's possible. This is a timeout zone for me. I can't blame you for that. Honestly, I think that's what I've, like, realized. I'm having a tough time equating the want to not, like, hear or talk about politics with the way it impacts the world around us in every single facet. Because, yeah, I don't want to talk about politics. I don't want to hear about politics, obviously. Who does? But I really, really don't want the world to continue falling apart in the way that it's been doing. And sometimes it feels like talking is all we can do. It's a tough thing to equate, because talking about it is a necessity for anything, really. For helping lead to understanding, for learning, for... Talking is the best way to understand any of this shit. I keep hitting my bind, but my bind is this button, and this is the button that opens the menu. But it's tough equating that with that, like, nobody, but nobody wants to discuss about politics all the time. Ever, really. If we can avoid it, I think as people of the year of our Lord, 2025, we will avoid it. Because at this point, it's just a giant dumpster fire that is begging for attention and will upset you no matter what is said about it. That's the bottom line. There it is. The world is only rotting as it is, and the only semblance of fixing is fixing yourself and making use of life with conscience. Very fair. It's like... That's another thing I've been having a tough time equating. Like, on one hand, I am thinking of getting a Samsung device. And keep in mind that what I'm about to say, I have, like, very little to no understanding of. It's been explained to me by people who are far more qualified than me, and I promptly forgot some of it. A good deal of it, I'd say. But the thing about Samsung is that it is currently, holding a lot of things more or less hostage in the country of South Korea. So I have a tough time convincing myself that it's okay to buy a Samsung device, knowing that's a case. That is the case. But then what are your alternatives? Every single company has a thing like that. You don't want a Samsung phone? Okay, get an Apple phone. They're just, you know, they're only selling your information and trying to bloat everything they do with AI. Okay, maybe not Apple. Choose the least evil. And that's the thing, like, the bottom line, I had a long discussion with my sister about this because I was, like, deep in the thick of it. I was just like, what the hell? I don't know how to, like, feel about any of this. It makes me just not want to do anything. And the bottom line really ended up being, like, all you can do is focus on yourself and do the best that you can. Pick your battles and try to pick the ones that matter most. I chose Samsung. BTS will take care from South Korea. Things are so much more like, I'm gonna say fuck. In so many countries out there, that often it can feel like, if you don't know what's going on in other places, it can feel like the grass is always greener and you're on the sinking ship and you need to get out. That is how I felt about America for many, many years. Unfortunately, it seems everywhere else is also sinking. Like, the easy example is, Americans, when things, like, started hitting the fan, everyone was like, I'm gonna move to Canada, because Canada is right there. And things are not the way they are here. And my sister is currently dating a guy from Canada who immigrated here because money is basically disappearing into thin air in the Canadian economy right now. Your money is just worth like little to nothing and you get taxed out the ass for everything. There is no greener pasture. Alright, enough about real talk. We're playing Splatoon! Look at this gun! Wow! Oh. I have nothing more to say on that topic, though. I know, it's a hard left turn. But I said my piece. Canada is no longer the same and homogenizing with the US's flaws. I don't know about homogenizing, but I do know that it's definitely doing some things in a scary, scary way for the people that live there, specifically economically. That much, I am sure of. We live in a wonderful world. It sure is a good thing that Animal Crossing, a wonderful world. Nope, that's Harvest Moon. Exists. It sure is a good thing that we have RimWorld to come up with new worlds where things aren't as fucked. I guess it depends on what flaws. You really do pick your poison in this kind of situation. And often you don't even get to pick, is the best part. You just have to, like... If you're stuck somewhere, you know, you're stuck there. You just have to live with it. Money! Exactly. You can't do anything about it. Unless you have enough money to leave. And even if you have enough money to leave, you might still find yourself stuck. With new problems.
We live in a society.
There's the statement. That's the big reveal. Turns out we lived in a society all along. I can say I do feel quite blessed. Despite having a lot of things wrong with my country, I have a family that is very, very good to me. I have a lot of friends around me that are just like some of the best people I could ever have imagined. We got it. No matter how well off you are and how high profile you are in society, you'll be implicated by many laws that barely make sense. Yeah. And they won't be a-changin', at least not in a way that benefits anyone. We're doing the thing. There's gotta be something else we can talk about. Because that's the thing, like, I genuinely, I could talk about politics for way longer than is healthy. No. We're flying. Splatoon is the same. Oh god, you're right! I forgot how differently privileged the Salmonid are. We're just out here killing them, and taking their money. For money. For a man who is currently in space and possibly dead. Why are we still running Salmon? Mr. Grizz is gone. I hate squids. So do the Salmonids. Man, you know what? This is gonna sound really stupid, and it's completely off topic, but it would make me happy. So I like one of the things about Splatoon's kind of lore and story, and Grizzco is underpaying employees for them to get valuable resources. Very real. I like the theory that Lil Judd, is the secret bad guy who took over the company. I like that theory a lot. My first video game I ever owned was Pokemon Ruby for the GBA. And I still, like, cherish that game. But it feels like with every Pokemon game, to a degree, things have gotten, like, more and more childish and empty. And that's fine. You're appealing to a demographic of kids. That's okay. But here's the deal. in several Pokemon games, there is allusions to war taking place. Like in, what's that game? X and Y. There was like a great war, and Pokemon were used in the war. I think it would be really, really interesting to have a Pokemon game that's a little bit more like... the plot is driven by something like that. I think that would just be a very interesting thing. It would completely, like, kneecap the reputation of the franchise in terms of family friendliness. But it would be doing something interesting with an IP that has been, like, desperately needing that kind of thing for the longest time. Come with me, friend. He's gone. I don't know why war makes for such an interesting story. Pikachu is going to get Nom flashbacks in the Pokemon anime. Now this is content. We made it. Somebody get Game Freak on the phone. I think it's just really easy to make a story, that does something interesting with the premise of war. And immediately I'm like, oh, what stories have a war that's not the focal point, but is a feature of it? And I immediately go to Berserk. And there have been so many stories that use the war as, like, a background and do something unique with it. Splatoon. The Great Turf War. Turf War is a sport in modern Splatoon. In the modern Splatoon universe. In the past, there was a massive war with the salmon. The salmonids, even. So a lot of the things about this universe have, like, a bit of a crazy backdrop. Interesting context, like Cuttlefish fighting in the war. And his cane is actually a bamboozler that he used in the war. That really happens, we might get dementia levels of Charles Xavier catastrophe in Pokemon World. In the Pokemon World. Sorry, I read that as like Pokemon World the video game, like Mario Kart World the video game. Pikachu is maxed out. I think it would be interesting. Having like... So, here's the deal. Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. The bad guys wake up the legendary monster and they get it to make it really sunny and really rainy. And the threat is, if this is allowed to continue, one of two things will happen. Either the sun guy is going to destroy and evaporate all oceans. There will be no more water on Earth and everyone's dead. Or the water guy is going to flood the entire Earth. That is genuinely threatening, and it's a very interesting thing for a Pokemon game to deal with. Gen 4, you have Cyrus literally going after the time and space Pokemon to bend the world to his whims. There are some genuine threats that happen in, like, some of the middle generations. Gen 1, it is straight up, like, the ancient criminal underworld. Ancient? The criminal underworld secretly has a lot of things in the back pocket, including the gym system. And they go by Team Rocket. It's an interesting premise with something threatening to it. And I think that kind of works in the context of this being a world where people control literal monsters to do things. At a certain point, the game stopped being about that kind of thing. I don't think we've had a game like that in ages. Since Gen 5, I don't think we've had anything that does that. Gen 5 had, like, at least in Black and White 2. Black and White 1 didn't really have anything on those terms. But Black and White 2 was a scientist, was running amok, and got the Big Freeze Pokemon to Big Freeze everybody. I think games are always better with a little bit of depth to the stories that they tell. And a threat is one of the best ways to create that kind of depth. I don't know, we're getting into, storytelling obsession Mumph. which is a whole different character that exists within my very psyche. What's your opinion on the every Pokemon versus 1 trillion lions debate? I love that debate. It's basically a litmus test for how much do you know about Pokemon. And like, until you realize that what is a lion going to do to a ghost-type Pokemon? Like really, what is a lion going to do? It can't touch it. It was over before it began. These are getting kind of hectic. Oh, I hit the Woomy Bomb button. It didn't work. But yeah, that's pretty much my opinion of it. There are so many ways in which that that debate completely breaks down when you start to analyze what maybe like 100 out of all the Pokemon that exist can do. Arceus will yeet back into nothingness. See, exactly, Arceus. Any of the legendaries really could just obliterate the lions single-handedly. And yet, the opposition. Dude, do you even know how big of a number 1 trillion is? There are only about 9 billion people on Earth. 1 trillion lions. You cannot stop this. This is an unstoppable force. Give up. I love that debate because it's... What is it? It's like a brick wall talking to someone that's like a scientist. The brick wall is not going to be changing their opinion. It makes it a very funny debate. A good balance is adding 100 metapods versus 1 trillion lions. You know, I actually hate that. They'll all die from starvation, and that's why I hate it. Because you're right, 100 metapods in an all-out war where there's nothing else would defeat the lions. Where did this debate come from? Who invented? Who invented this? One Gardevoir can just make a black hole. It's over. Who is the guy out there that is like, yo, okay, I've come up with this new debate that could really go either way. It's been so long now that it might be impossible to trace that back to its origins. We should thank that Total War Versus series for introducing that kind of debate. I like that, like, I feel like we've always had that kind of who would win dialogue. Dude, what if Mewtwo fought Goku? What if Master Chief fought Goku? What if Superman fought Goku? Goku is the common thread, by the way. He is the power scaling example to be toppled. Everyone is like, could this character beat Goku? I think 50% of the who would win debates have always involved Goku. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more games? Or games, unlimited games but no more games? Why do they call it oven when you out the food of the oven? Goku dies easily, so Goku loses. How does Goku dies easily, though, is the question. He has the magic bean. He's got the big numbers. Haven't you heard? They counted. It was 9,000 one time. No, it's actually very easy. It's, can the character starve the atmosphere of oxygen? If the answer is yes, they win. Superman punches through Goku's throat.
But Goku could teleport. No way.
It's the playground discussions is what these are. I love these. immediately what this makes me think of... Okay, I was talking with my best friend recently. We've been playing Dark Souls Remastered with seamless co-op, which is genuinely one of the best things I have ever played in Dark Souls. Having the co-op just be like... You don't even have to assume that, like... You won't be able to rejoin and be summoned into your friend's world. You don't even have to assume that. You can always just expect that you're in the same world. It never ends. It is one of the best mods I've ever seen. Genuinely. And anyone who likes Dark Souls and has a friend to play it with, I can't recommend it enough. But we were playing Dark Souls, which, by the way, there will be a Dark Souls stream very, very soon. We were playing, and he said something. He said when he grew up, there were 3 channels that were the kids' channels, and from bottom to top, it was Nick, then it was Disney, and then it was Cartoon Network. Oh, which one? Dark Souls 1. We're gonna play the other ones once we're done, but Dark Souls 1 is amazing. The Dark Souls games I've played are only the original trilogy. I haven't played, Bloodborne, I haven't played Elden Ring. I've been saving those for a particularly rainy day. And I'll play them in order for that trilogy, by the way. Because I think genuinely all 3 of them bring something to the table that I appreciate. So, he mentioned it's Nick, then Disney, then Cartoon Network. From bottom to top. And it unlocked a latent memory in me of being a child, and I was like, suddenly, wait a minute. That was channel 34, 35, and 36. Those were the numbers. And he said, yep, that was exactly it. I didn't know these kinds of things were like so universal that the channels on a TV could be that specific, that we both had the same experience without even knowing each other. But the reason I went into this dialogue is because we were talking about, like, who would win. There's a show that I like to say almost single-handedly destroyed Cartoon Network when it was airing. But it wasn't single-handedly, it was a part of a package of shows that did almost destroy Cartoon Network single-handedly. Back in, like, 2005? 2007? One of these two. And that show has the worst title of any show I have ever seen. Ocean Dub? Get ready. Dude, what would happen? This is a show where a couple white dudes stoned off they ass. Turned on the camera, the episode starts, dude, what would happen if we put 1 trillion lions and had them fight every single Pokemon? And then they would do an experiment. That was the show. The same exact feedback loop. It was like if, Mythbusters had an awful show. I made a bad decision there, but it was the only one I could think of. They thought out of the box in all the wrong ways. Wait, we won? How did we win? I could have sworn the round ended and I saw the number 24. Did someone leave the game? No, we got 26. That's beautiful. I'm amazed. I'm not gonna lie. But dude, what would happen was a rancid show. It was nothing. It was fucking nothing. There was no reason for that show to exist. And it came packaged with 2 other shows that had pretty much the same problem, but were a little less on the nose. Like, you hear of a show called Dude, What Would Happen? And you immediately know what you're getting into, and you do not like it. And you change the channel. Isn't Cartoon Network still alive? I know they lost their headquarters. This is true. I keep clicking the wrong button to open the menu. Usually left bumper, but now left bumper does this. I'm pretty sure Cartoon Network is still alive. Though, not doing so well. I try not to, ruminate too much on kids' shows. Because a lot of them are do I put this delicately? Oh, there is no way to put it delicately, is there? Poorly disguised fetishist content. Thank you, Dan Schneider. What on earth have you done? That's an awful statement, to be sure, by the way. And it's one of the reasons that I don't like thinking about children's programming too much, because it vary way more often than you'd expect. The guy that wrote the show that is currently being successful keeps including weird bits about sucking toes in the show that is marketed to 10-year-olds. Bad times, but, you can't discount them entirely. Because Avatar: The Last Airbender was a kid's show, and that's one of the best things ever made. They're on their last legs now that cable TV isn't as popular anymore. Now there's Shitty Roll streaming service. I have the best streaming service. It's one with every single show, and you don't have to pay for it. and it's definitely nothing like emulators. 100%. You wouldn't download a show. I heard matey. This guy knows. One day I had an inkling, Splatoon ton, I had an inkling that I should look into Star Trek, because I really, really like a lot of sci-fi stories. I grew up with Star Wars and Halo, and some of the things that they did with their story were genuinely interesting concepts. Like, the Flood in Halo is one of the coolest concepts ever put to a video game. Especially one as mass-marketed as Halo was. We get back to the topic of there being depth in things. And then Caillou isn't weird, it's just bad, but I watched it a lot as a child. You're right. Caillou is subversive in that way. Because you look at Caillou and you know that something feels off. And then you discover that no, it's just a bad show is why. Heck, W. Okay, so I got an inkling that I would like the Star Trek show. And my uncle, he was big into Star Trek, and he tried showing me the original series and then that one movie that they did, revamping the whole thing. And I said, okay, well, that was not what I was after. See ya. 5 years later, I used my streaming service that I described beforehand to look up Star Trek: The Next Generation, and it was like all I watched for 3 months. It was just the exact kind of show I was looking for. Like, if you want more sci-fi, I can't recommend it enough. And then you finish it and you're like, well shit, I just wanted more of that. And you're in luck, because Deep Space Nine is the same. And then Voyager right after that, it's a little bit less, but it captures the same vibes. And they're all there on this mystical streaming service that you don't have to pay for. And it's called YouTube. It's not called YouTube. But I recommend using your local, funny service to check out a lot of shows if you're ever just interested in them. The difficulty becomes then knowing one that's actually hosting the show and is not just adware looking to do really rotten things. We lose. I'm a crab though. Who's the real loser? It's me. I still lost. But there are so many shows out there that I just would never have seen if it hadn't been for that kind of thing. Hell, there's a thing that comes up every couple streams, and it's abridging. I love abridged series more than I love most series. Like, Dragon Ball Z abridged and Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged are just like strict upgrades to the shows that they're spoofing. And I've talked at length about what these shows did that I just adore and how they're no longer, like, a viable strategy given the way copyright works. But because I liked Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged so much, I ended up wanting to watch the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. I ended up looking into, like, Duel Links and learning the card game. And I had a really good time. It was not a mistake whatsoever, and then I ended up using that streaming service to watch some of the shows, to varying degrees of success. They're considered canon to me. Me as well. Me as well. Tristan Taylor, has imaginary friends, and they are Zack and Cody's floating heads. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Canon. And it really does mean the world to me that, like, okay, so abridging is dead. You can't do it anymore. It's not viable. Especially if you want to, like, make enough money to keep doing your show with, you know, putting your full ass into it. I think we got kind of lucky. Also, you have to tell me, there's a fan that just started in my house that I'm about to go walk over and shut off. But if you can't hear it, I will leave it on. It looks like the mic isn't picking it up when I'm not speaking, but when I'm speaking is what scares me. Anyways, abridging? Abridging was dead for like 5 years. No one was abridging, and if you don't know what abridging is, it's taking a show. To abridge means to shorten, but that's not what it was. It's taking a show's visuals with a J? Okay. It's taking a show's visuals and adding your own dialogue with voice actors that you've kind of put up or you've done the voices for, and kind of changing the story in a way that respects the original, but creates something that's, you know, more watchable. Because some of these shows, especially like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the example, because 4Kids, like, destroys 90% of things they put their grubby mitts on. I'm not noticing the fan in the background? Thank you so much for telling me that. Yeah, every once in a while, my family is just like, you know, I could really do with hearing an industrial fan in my house for the next 2 hours. I think I'm gonna do that right now. So now I've got, like, static, which is really, really good for my tinnitus. Very, very good for that. So, abridging was dead for like 5 years. Gone. Kaput. No one was abridging. And then a group of people on the... Whoa. Did you see him move that fast? That was terrifying. I'm scared to even go over there now. A group of people on a channel called Snapcube decided they wanted to do something similar, but not perfectly identical. And that thing was making a thing called a fan dub of Sonic Adventure 2. And in this fan dub, their goal, they took all the cutscenes, and they got rid of the voices, and improvised their own script. And it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, genuinely. The things that they make, I rewatch on the reg. It's just so good. I cannot think with this industrial fan in the background. It's actually, like, driving me insane. I need to close the door. I was having such a tough time there. Oh my god. I couldn't think. That's why I was just like going on this endless run-on sentence. Good lord. I'll be alright. So Snapcube's fan dub. By spoofing a video game in the way that they did, come to make an announcement is a masterpiece. You are very correct. They somehow found a way to make something that is basically New Age abridging with some twists viable for advertisement on YouTube. And suddenly, now tons of people are doing things like it. We're seeing other fan dubs. We're seeing abridging again. Someone is making a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 abridged series. And I can barely believe it. It makes me so happy. The lost art of abridging is making its grand return, and I could not be happier. Because, like, one of the... Okay. I've got a couple different channels that I'm working on right now. One of them has Splatoon content. One of them is just, like, any script that I feel like that doesn't belong on another channel. One of them's a VOD channel, etc. You get the deal. One of the main channel videos that I want to work on is... Wait, not scripts. Let me try that again. Wow, I got bumpered. That was incredible. One of the scripts I'm working on, that I want to make, we're gonna lose, but it's okay, is art forms that YouTube has killed. Because abridging is not the only one. Now that it's like back to some degree, I can't say that with as much, there's a good word for this. A word for hardness. The certainty, let's say. I can't say it with as much certainty. Resolve. There we go. I can't say it with as much resolve as I would before it made somewhat of a comeback. But there have been many, many art forms that YouTube is just like, actually, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Forget the art. And it's kind of a shame. Oh, okay, that's the other one. Silva Gunner. That's the other easy example. We all know that Silva Gunner has had the account banned at least 3 times. Probably more times. This is a channel that just takes music from video games and adds, like, the Flintstones theme to the song with the sound font that the video game's music is written in. It's spoof. It's funny. It's parody. Parody is no longer condonable on YouTube, even though parody is most of what got YouTube to where it is today. And it makes me very sad. So I've got a script in the works about that very concept. Because, god damn it if I don't do a lot of thinking about that. You know what? Completely different topic. If you play Splatoon, and you don't use gyro aiming, I need to tell you this. You need to use gyro aiming. And it's not for the reason you think. It's not because it'll make you the better player. Because it's a little closer to having a mouse than it is to, you know, generally aiming. But this one. That flick is one of the best feeling things in video games. Genuinely. Being able to flick like that with a sniper rifle? Sniper rifle. With a charger? Sorry, my TF2 is showing. I remember one that's Mario World music with the Witch Doctor. Oh, I know that one. I know that one 100%. How does it go? It's the song that goes... Dun 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 dun. That song. It fits so perfectly. There are so many amazing little mixes that they've made over the years. And by they... Pretty sure Silva Gunner is not one person. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time since I've, like, had a real binge on that kind of stuff. Because I remember that a bunch of people that made those kinds of rips, which is what they call them, which is a funny format name. A lot of people that made them just ended up posting theirs on the Silva Gunner channel for more traction. I know Toon Link did that. This is for you. I assumed it was straight from Team 4-Star, but it turned out that it was part of an original script. Oh boy. Wait, is that not... Whoa, I had no idea that was in the original script. I thought that was TFS only. It's, for those of you that haven't clicked the link and refuse to because you're as terrified of clicking strange links on the internet as I am, I've grown to trust Balorov. He's only sent the Trollolol song once this stream. It's that one Dragon Ball Z movie with the androids, who are not the main androids, but the ones, like, there's the purple-faced one, and the silver one, and the one that wears a trucker hat, that one. Turns out the line of, "Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut," was in the original script. Which is kind of impressive to me. Who made that? You can tell that wasn't for kids. You can tell that was not a 4Kids production. Because the writing is actually good to some degree. You might be fooled by the fact that, like, wow, these episodes sure take a long time and nothing really gets done in them. Which makes an abridged series all the better. But no, 4Kids did not make the Dragon Ball Z dub. Was it Toei or Viz? I think it might have been Viz. I don't remember anymore. It's been too long. The funny... Whoa, the frame rate! The funny thing about Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Z Abridged, specifically, is that if you've never watched Dragon Ball before, and you wanted a way to get into it, 10 out of 10 times would I recommend checking out the Abridged series instead. It was my introduction to the franchise, actually. And it's much quicker with the pace, it doesn't waste a lot of your time. The voice actors in the original production are still really good. I'd be lying if I said anything else, but... the speed. The voice actor of Goku was an asshole to the TFS crew. Aw, that's really sad to hear. I like both those Gokus. I could believe it though, having something that you worked on be spoofed in such a direct and unapologetic manner. I could see how an artist might be a little upset by that. Like, his name... Lenny Kravitz is certainly not going to be happy about Dragonfly by Neil Cicierega. As for Vegeta's one, he was cool about it. He even used TFS references in the Sparking Zero game. That's beautiful. That's what it's all about. See, the thing is, if you do want to check out Dragon Ball Abridged, if I've at all interested you, just be prepared for one thing. These series have been running for a very, very long time. They got started in the 2010s, 2012s, in that area. And this was at a time where video quality and audio quality were not as ubiquitous as they are in most YouTube stuff today. So for the first couple episodes, I'd say like the first 9 or so, the audio quality of that show is just like wretched. Some of the writing is extremely dated. The same goes for Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged because it's even older. You just have to kind of take the good with the bad in those cases. And I promise you it's worth it. Another Zuna. That's beautiful. I'm glad. Related to the verbal battle between Vegeta and Tien, where Vegeta was in a losing streak. That's beautiful. Straight up. I'm one of those freaks who liked, Dragon Ball Z Abridged so much. I was about to throw an egg in the basket. We are fighting the King Salmonid. I'm broken. And not in the good way. Oh, they did the nice shirt bit. I'm glad. I was one of those freaks. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I found it again. We're back. I was one of those freaks that liked their voices so much for those characters that I straight up preferred them to the original voice actors. In 99% of the cases. In fact, I would almost say in all the cases, I found them a little better. They're both good, definitely. But I think Team Fortress did a really, really good job with their voices. And we lose. It's okay, because my Wavebreaker was here to save the day. Go, Wavebreaker, get them! Unfortunately, your DPS with L3 is, 360. So that's not going to be enough to laser down Kohazuna and get something done. I looked for mods in, what was that Dragon Ball Z game that I played a shit ton of? The really good 2D fighter one. Fighter Z. I looked for so many mods to try to get their voices in, but nothing quite did it for me. I do prefer them, where Piccolo and Vegeta are both equally good for both abridged and original VAs. TFS's Goku is Chef's Kiss perfect. I agree with all of it. I also quite like the regular Goku, I won't lie. The thing is, like, when you finish Team 4 Stars Dragon Ball Z Abridged, you're just at the end of the Cell games. So there's still a whole lot more to that story, and by a whole lot, I mean like one arc that's so long it'll take you longer to get through than the entire story up till that point. And watching that gave me an appreciation for the original voices, that's for sure. You know, I have some news. And the news is that the fan is still going, and I'm losing brain cells. It's not good news. It's not good news at all. My brain cells are vanishing one by one. It might be the impetus for the stream ending. Because I don't know how long that fan's gonna be running. Yep, brain cells were lost, but it was well worth it. I don't even know what they need an industrial fan for. I go over there and I'm like, okay, what's with the noise? What's with this fan? They're like, I'm doing a thing. And the thing does not seem to need the fan, and yet the fan is on anyways. I'm losing it. Okay, I'm just feeling myself. Sorry about the random, like, flicks. This is what Squiffer does to my brain. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Get me out of here. You play the Squiffer and all you want to do is hit nasty flick shots. On a completely unrelated note to what we were talking about, outside of the Squiffer, my warm-up, whenever I'm, like, actually doing something that requires me to play Splatoon with any degree of quality, remove the fan and water cool your house. That's the thing. I don't think they're using it for cool. I think they're using it for, like, the wind. I just did the craziest little surf. I'm so happy with myself. That was great. I'm gonna chill here now. So, when I need to play the game well, you gotta warm up to do that. As is the case with any sort of competitive game. You don't just pick it up and start, like, slaying, you know? You gotta get kinda into it. And there's a mission in the single player of this game that I always start with. Because if you don't know about the weapons I like to play, Explo is my favorite weapon in the game, hands down. If I have the choice, I will always play Explo. But it's not the only weapon I like. In fact, I like a lot of the weapons in this game, so much so that I've had to very, like, strictly be realistic. Some of the weapons in this game require you to play them almost exclusively. Bucket. Stamper. These are weapons that are only really good if you're playing them an obscene amount. And I like Splatlings. I'm dead. I was saved. I like Splatlings a whole hell of a lot. I play all the Splatlings. Every single one, every single kit. Even the poopy ones. We use ballpoint Nouveau in this house. There's so many things on the floor! Holy shit! There's a lot of fruit on the floor today. So I play Splatlings. I play all of them. Rip frames. Yeah! At least the stream itself isn't dropping frames. We have that going for us. This just in, the stream is dropping frames. But only a little. We need fiber. We need fiber stat. Apparently within the month, they're supposed to add fiber to my neighborhood. And that would be beautiful. Because then it wouldn't take me like 12 hours to upload a VOD. It's just been the case. And that's why I don't stream every day. I have to stream every other day. Because one day is spent just uploading VODs. I did stream yesterday. Sometimes I'll just wait and do it in bulk. What was I getting at? Oh yeah, I have to play the game well. I gotta work on my aim. I might as well just, like, show it. Why not? I'll play it for like 2 seconds, then I'll get back to Salmon Run. Because that's what this is all about. We run the salmon in this household. There's a really, really good mission in this game. Site 4, Mission 6. If you just need to do a little bit of aim training. Just a little. This mission's perfect. Because there's 2 different kinds of aiming. Not just 2, there's a couple different kinds of aiming. And this lets you practice a lot of them. I play Splatlings, I get to use a Splatling. It's the Nautilus, that's great. But first I do Squiffer. Because with the Squiffer, you can practice 2 types of aiming. You can do tracking, where you keep your reticle on the target as long as you can. Or you can play Guitar Hero, where you aim where you know it's going to be, and you release the trigger when it gets there. This is a great way to practice both of them. One of these days I will be good at hitting 360 shots. Today is not that day. So my little warm-up when I want to feel like I can actually play the game is I do the Squiffer in that challenge. I hit the targets, I do a little bit of Guitar Hero aiming, and then I do tracking. And then you switch to the Nautilus, get your tracking in, get your projectile compensating in. It's a really fun little thing that the game just has built in. What is going on with the frame rate in here? That is terrifying. The fan stopped. Yes! I'm free! My highs. I'm sorry, Valorov. I'm sorry for putting you through that. Man, I hope we get like a Switch 2 edition of this game so that it can run well at long last. It runs pretty well, I should say. It runs like a clean 60 most of the time. Normally I can't complain, but every once in a while. Never when you're in PvP, but when you're in Salmon Run and outside of the place, you know, the main hub, the things get a little wacky. And it would be crazy if that just worked in 60 FPS. To finish the discussion on, like, weapons. I love the Stamper, and I loved the Bucket. I can't play them anymore. I had to tell myself, you keep playing these weapons, you will not be spending enough time on them to be good with them, and you won't be good with your other weapons either. So I limit myself. The only weapons that I make regular use of is Explo, and every Splatling in the game. I use them all. It's great. I used to play Brella, but I basically never used the shield. That was me in Splatoon 2. I wanted to be a Brella user so bad. That's why I pre-ordered Switch 2. Whatever the stutter issues the Switch has go away. That's what I'm hoping, but then they introduced the concept of, like, Switch 2 editions, and it makes me think that some games aren't gonna get to use the hardware that the Switch 2 natively comes with. They're just gonna be, like, stuck running as though they're on the Switch 1, which scares me. Okay, there's a weapon I wanted to recommend, because I've been thinking about this lately. Brellas are like the shotgun of the game. But there's another weapon that's like them. I can't remember what it is. It might be the roller that I'm thinking of. And I know, like, what is this guy talking about? It's like insane stuff. It might be the roller. Because both of them put out like a spread of ink right ahead of them. With incredibly high damage, one-shot potential, and if not one-shot, two-shot potential. They play the game at the same range, just in very different ways. Like, one of them obviously uses the shield to get itself into position. The other one uses sharking to get itself into position. But they both kind of play, when they're in combat, in a fairly similar way. I think rollers are the Brellas for people who don't like the shield. I think it's rollers, at least. I'm gonna be, like, real upset if in a couple hours after the stream ends, I'm like, no, it was Splatana's, what was I thinking? Roller is funnier to Leroy Jenkins with. Truer words have not been spoken. Indeed it is. Sometimes you just, like, push the button over and over again and you get a free quad. Because you won a single interaction, and the enemy team was not expecting their one player to lose, and now you're behind them, and they're aiming at your team ahead of them. And you just get to walk up, push the button, and obliterate the squids. It's beautiful. Okay, on the topic of weapons though, I have to be very picky, because if I let my imagination run wild, I will play every single weapon in the game. At least the ones that aren't shooters. Those are my standards. I don't like shooters too much. Something about, like, pointing my reticle at the enemy and counting to 4 doesn't really do it for me. And I know that's what Splatlings do, yes. But Splatlings feel like you're firing a laser. Where all the shots are pretty much connected. It's just different enough that I like it, and I think the reason I like Splatlings so much is because TF2. In TF2, you have the heavy with the minigun, and the heavy with the minigun can accomplish a lot. But by being in third person, and by being able to, like, charge A really, really fast, and B... I had to lock in for a moment, might be. Charge really, really fast, and B, move really, really fast. In a lot of ways, it's a strict upgrade. Please, someone throw an egg in there, I'm begging you. Thank you! Thank you! So you'll notice that a lot of my favorite weapons in this game are just TF2 weapons with an upgrade. Explo is if the loose cannon didn't need to, like, charge its shots. So we love that. But there's a lot of weapons in this game that I've got an affinity for. And I have to be very strict with myself, because if I'm not, I'll end up, like, trying to play all of them, becoming a jack of all trades and a master of none. Which is not what I'm aiming for. I don't, like, need to be the best player. I don't need to be Johnny Splatoon. That doesn't need to be me. But sooner than later, I'm thinking of pushing all the way to X rank, and then maybe doing some tournaments. I'm thinking about it. It's been on my mind a lot. I've played a lot of competitive games in the past. I played a lot of Melee. I played VGC. I've got a lot of familiarity with games taken in a competitive context. And not a lot of them have I wanted to play competitively. Melee and Pokemon were like the only two that I ended up actually pushing into competitive. But this game, it's just so playable that I could see myself getting really, really invested in the comp scene. Oh, it's jump rope. Might have been 3 years late to Splatoon 3, but I will become Jonathan Splatoon. You have the power. Just believe in yourself. The real Johnny Splatoon is within us all along. We can do this. We can do this. We can totally do this. I'm out of ink. I blew it. It's over. We lose. I actually threw the game by not charging ink. I had the perfect positioning, but I didn't have the ink to pull it off. I was gonna mow down the Quahog, and then mow down the Drizzler. We would have had 3 extra eggs, it would have been so grand! I let them down. What other weapons am I, like, obsessed with in this game? I might as well, like, pull up the menu. Because I went through a phase with Brellas as well. I can only really get into Tentabrella, and sometimes Recycled. Oh no. Alright, I have bad news. My bind does not account for a favorites button. As you can see, you gotta push in the left stick. And when I push in the left stick, this is what happens. Because I had to bind that to my L button so I could still open the menu. Well, that's unfortunate. I like bows a little bit. The Wellstring in particular, it's another TF2 weapon. It's the Sticky Bomb Launcher. But we still like it. Tentabrella is really, really cool. I'm glad that it's still, like, pretty good, you know? Balance-wise. I'm glad it's still seeing use. Dualies are another weapon that I would use if I was good enough at aiming frenetically. Dodge roll, flick, dodge roll, flick, dodge roll, flick. I can't do that. That's asking so much of me. If I was to do that, I would need to play almost exclusively dualies for a long, long while. I still play these ones quite a bit, Dowsers, because they're just one of the heavy splatlings, but with a dualie skin and a dodge roll. It plays very similarly. So I end up digging it a lot. Chargers, I wish I was as into chargers as I could be, but as it stands, the only weapons I can play are pencil and bamboo. I like the brushes a lot, except for ink brush, because I can't push the button fast enough without hurting my hand. See, there's just like, there's so much to enjoy with every weapon class. It's kind of blowing my mind. It's what made it such a hard decision to be like, no, you can't play all of these. You must stop. What else even is there? Oh, rollers. I was almost a roller main too. That was my first 4-star weapon, was the roller. Roller's great in this game. God. These are the reasons that I was like, I'm so glad to have wanted more TF2 and stumbled into Splatoon 3. Because the issue with TF2 is, obviously, the weapons that are there have been there for a decade. No new weapons, nothing new. And at a certain point, you've done to death all the weapons that you're willing to use. And that was the point I hit. I just wanted more weapons to be in the game. And this was exactly what I wanted. Exactly. The way I said exactly was just so wrong to me that it told me I need to drink water. We're good now. With the pace at which I talk, which is to say, like, literally non-stop, I just never stop talking, I have been told, Mumph, shut the fuck up. And yet, the words flow. This is a great weapon for this wave, by the way. I didn't even realize this. I need to change that in the script. I need to edit that. The way I'm doing the Salmon Run solo queue script is that, like, every weapon, I feel like in solo queue, is determined by its matchup spread. You have to count how it fares against every single matchup, including Dark Waves, including boss Salmonids, including Lessers, including all the bosses. All of them. Uh-oh. Oh, I can go squid mode. We're good. But before I get too off the topic, what are the other weapons that I really dig? Because I can't think of any more, but I know there are more, because there's just so many interesting weapons in this game. What a good weapon for this. Wow, I have to change that matchup so badly. I'm going in. I didn't need to do this. Oh, and now I'm dead. Never mind. I feel like I'm forgetting a very pivotal weapon class. You know what, if I forgot it, it's probably not important. Buckets. It was important. It was really important. Damn it. I once considered myself a buckets main. Not just the regular one, but all of them. And then I tried playing Dread D and Bathtub, and I changed my mind. Now it's just Explo and Machine all the way. Oh, we're dead. We didn't have the DPS to do anything about that. Oh well. I'm dead again, aren't I? See what I mean by this weapon just kind of runs out of options very, very quickly? The DPS can really, really hinder a weapon in this mode. Alright, I think it's time to admit it. Normally, with a video game, one with direction, like if this is a story game, you build a lot of momentum, you have a lot to talk about as it's going on, but as this is a Splatoon stream, I tend to run out of things to say sooner than I would in another kind of game. And I think we're hitting that point, which to me tells me that it might be time to end the stream. It took me a lot of Salmon Run before getting the wave with the giant turret orbs. It's a rarer one. Is it? It's definitely one that I forget about. Cohawks? But yeah, we've been streaming for how long? 3.5 hours, not bad. I might try pushing another 30 minutes. One of my other toxic streamer traits is, I like my VODs to be closer to an even hour than not. And we are 3 hours and 30 minutes into a VOD right now. So we're gonna keep going until one of two things happen. Either the stream hits the 4-hour mark, or we have Cup Ramen in our team. This is great. We're gonna win. Cup Ramen is the best. Never lost a game with Salmon Run. Either we get Kohazuna, and we beat Kohazuna. Actually, we might not beat him. Okay, either we get Kohazuna, or we hit the 4-hour mark. Them's the breaks. That's the goal. We've officially discovered our purpose. I don't often stream with a goal. It's something I've discovered. Normally I just kind of stream to shoot the shit, and a lot of the games that I've been playing demand that you have a goal. Like Risk of Rain 2, for instance. We play a lot of Risk of Rain 2 here. It's been 3 streams, but they've been like 8 hours apiece. And when we stream that game, we have to get all of the unlocks for whatever we're character. What? Whatever character we're playing. We gotta get it. I'm subbing to your YT channels after this. Aw, thank you. That's much appreciated. It's been good. I cannot thank Raiders enough. If we're sticking around as long as you guys have today, that's really fantastic. I have something to admit to you. This is actually... Okay, we're a new channel. We are a very, very new channel in the grand scheme of things. 2.5, 3 months of pretty regular streams. That's, it's not nothing. But it's definitely not as, like, historied. Not as much of a... what's the word? Time on the platform as most other big channels. As most big channels!
Oh god, I can't speak anymore. I'm under too much threat.
We have not been doing this for all that long, is the bottom line. And this is actually my first time getting raided. You could probably tell when you guys raided me, I was just like...
What do I even do? Oh god!
I had a little tiny anxiety ping. A little tiny one. We gotta get used to this kind of shit. I mean, not that I expect this to happen particularly often or at all ever again. But it's something I have to be prepared for. If it ever does. It's terrifying, I won't lie to you. My normal, like, average views per stream, between 3 and 5, is suddenly looking at your views counter and there are like 20 people in your chat. It's not a lot compared to, like, the big boys on the platform, but it's menacing when you're not used to it. I'm glad I decided to click the Splatoon 3 tab on Twitch, otherwise I would not have seen the stream. Twitch and discoverability is a very fun conversation. But that's one of the grand experiments with this channel as well. So I started this channel with... I've said I don't often do things with a goal, but I might have put my foot in my mouth because... Dan Schneider. I might have, like, eaten my words. Oh! Because we started this channel with a goal. I wanted to build a stream from the ground up, from literally no one. I know. It's not like a revolutionary concept or anything. But it's 2025, dude. Building an audience, that was a terrible play on my part, and I didn't feel like I had much choice in it. Building an audience from literally nothing is... Please leave the UFO. Thank you. Is something that I've honestly been led to believe is no longer possible. And I really wanted to challenge that perception of things. So I didn't tell anyone in my personal life, outside of my very best friend, because I wanted his help testing the audio. That was it. And we're gonna see, like, whether this is possible or not. We're gonna push this shit. Because this is actually like... Okay, here's the deal. You make what you love, like we talked about earlier. And I love stream VODs. I did not expect streaming to be something that I look forward to. Even in the days where I'm not streaming, I'm like excited for the next stream, for what I'm gonna do for it, for what the title's gonna be, for what the thumbnail's gonna be. Did you see the maneuver that this scrapper just made? That son of a bitch is inventing new tech. Sorry, that was the worst substrafe attempt I've ever done. We're good. Anyways, I really like this shit. This is a thing that I enjoy so much that I can pretty comfortably say that I will not stop doing it. Unless the worst happens. Let me live, please. I want to live. I don't want to die. I just want to live, please. I'm alive! I am alive. We made it. We live. Hello! Man, Dark Souls, again. I didn't realize this, but those little signs? Soapstones? There's like rocks that you get from a giant in Dark Souls, that when you drop them, it goes, hello! Or, very good. And they've just like etched a permanent place into my brain. Did you see what just happened? We were about to lose. We were actually about to lose. And then someone left, and the total eggs required got lower. That dude just took one for the team. Is there a way to participate? I pretty much do solo queue Salmon Run every single time I'm doing this. It's not that I'm against playing with other people. It's just that I haven't set up any sort of format for it. In fact, this is gonna, like, lessen your opinion of me. How many hours do we have in Splatoon 3? Alright. 1665. In 1665 hours of Splatoon 3, I have yet to figure out this system of pools. It's... I don't even understand it. I don't even know where to begin. I don't get it at all. So, me, doing Salmon Run with other people is entirely contingent on me sitting down and figuring out the pool system. Did you hear the way the audio handled that shot? Something that, music school taught me is that when you're editing audio together, and you have an audio clip just end in the middle of a sound, no matter what you do, the sound will clip. The only way around that is making it so the audio is silent when the clip begins, and then works its way up through, like, some sort of audio fade. So because the game with the, battle time pop-up occurred, suddenly, we got the loudest sniper sound I've ever heard. The clippinest squipper. Why is flicking with motion control snipers so fun? There's gotta be, like, some scientific way to deduce this. After playing a lot of TF2, and eventually coming around on playing Sniper in the game, I assumed one thing to be true. Mouse aiming is unparalleled. Nothing comes close. I was wrong. I think I have an idea on how to pool, and I'm willing to be the test subject. I very much appreciate your volunteering. However, I am about to end the stream. I'm so sorry. You joined towards the end. And honestly, after today, I think I might... So after this, my best friend and I, we're gonna continue our little Dark Souls 1 seamless co-op escapade. I think I'm gonna, like, recruit him and say, you know what? You better help me. And you better help me now. We're gonna figure out this pools thing so I don't look like a fool next stream. That's fine, just me being unlucky. I'm so sorry. It would be fun to start doing Salmon Run with with other people, period. The thing is, like, I don't hate solo queue Salmon Run. In fact, I quite enjoy it. So I've never really thought about the necessity. Necessity? Necessity. Yeah, get a 12 ounce of blood from a leprechaun, 8 ounce blood from a 550-year-old shark, and a 5-leaf clover. And you can join the Salmon Run stream. I like where your head's at, Balarov. We should give obscene requirements every time anyone asks, and change them every stream. You need snow, refrigerated, from the top of Mount Fuji. A cockroach. This bit is rancid. Answer my riddles 3 and you shall have access to the stream. I used to do that in Monster Hunter streams. That would work so well for Monster Hunter. See, at least, like, in Salmon Run, I'm cool having people that are not particularly good at the game. Because you can never tell, obviously, if I'm doing so much solo queue Salmon Run, you better believe that I'm comfortable having a losing team. 100% I'm cool with it. Why do I keep doing this? It's the dopamine. It's taking over. It's making me miss my shots too. But in Monster Hunter, good lord, having like a fresh install join your Elder Dragon lobby would be like... That'd be bad news for everyone involved. Suddenly you can't kill the monster, and that guy is on a timer for how long he will be in the lobby before he's kicked. Ooh. Yep, min-maxing a team would make things dull in a stream. As for MH, randoms are the best. It's beautiful. It really is, if you've never played a Monster Hunter game, one of the most fun things that you can do as a veteran of the series is just jump into random lobbies, particularly the ones that are struggling at the lower end of low rank at the very beginning of the game. People who don't know how to play the game, and just showing up and giving them an example, and also, like, kind of carrying them just a little bit, is one of the best feelings in the game. Monster Hunter is a very complicated game. And there are so many things going on that you just... Everyone was on the UFO. That you just kind of need to know if you're going to succeed in Monster Hunter. That I don't think it's a game that, like, tutorials quite do justice. I was taught how to play Monster Hunter on the 3DS by a friend who had the Wii U version of 3 Ultimate. And I don't think I would ever have figured out what to do in the game without it. Genuinely, I was playing the bow by myself in 3 Ultimate at the very beginning of the game. A thing I don't recommend to anybody. The weapon was not balanced for that. It was balanced for players who understand the shooter classes in the game, and players who know how to, like, get coatings and do very specific things. I used to do that before till I stopped. The person I was helping thought he was the one doing all the damage, so I let him hunt a monster on his own. No, you're right. Go ahead. You can do this by yourself. Give it a shot. Yeah, my friend, genuinely, I would not have gotten into the game without him, and then, with what he taught me, I was able to get my best friend into the game. You pass it on. You pass on the knowledge. And now we're all really good at Monster Hunter. In quotes. I'd say we're pretty good. Although, if you tried making us play classic Monster Hunter again, the illusion of us being good at Monster Hunter would fall away really quickly because we have lost our ability to play that game. I'm alive. Please, please, leave me alone. Please, I just want to leave. I just want to live. There are no better gaming buddies than Monster Hunter buddies. That'd be a tough thing to dispute. I feel like there's an argument to be made. It's hell at this basket every time I get here. I feel like there's an argument to be made for certain other games, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. Because, like, nothing really brings people together like a co-op game, I feel like. And a competitive game is really close. Because while it might pitch you against other players, especially when you're on a team for them, and you're involving yourself with the community, it makes for some beautiful interaction. Duh. That scrapper snuck upon me. Because MH has a charm that makes voice chat more fun. I forgot. So, you and we're pretty old school Monster Hunter players. When I think of, Monster Hunter co-op with randoms, especially, I think of the text chat. And it's one of the weird cases where I think text chat is almost just as fun. Because in Monster Hunter, you don't, like... You can stop playing the game to slowly type out a thing, or you can find the things that you will find yourself regularly saying, like I've mounted the monster, or I'm sharpening, please nobody look at me. And you can bind that to a command so that you can just instantly say that without having to type it, and not stop your momentum. And that is a great feature for Monster Hunter. It really is. Oh, I had it for a second. There was another co-op game that I was thinking of, that I was like, that one is another contender. And it's gone now. Oh, you know what was a really good game? Still is, kinda. We got Kozuna! For co-op play, Lethal Company has vibes unlike any other. Somehow, even my non-gaming friends all got together one Christmas Eve to start playing Lethal Company. That is one of the most beautiful co-op experiences out there. Lethal Company bursts spleens. Oh no. Oh no, it's been too long since I brushed up on my kana. I can't read. I can't read it. Must I hit the Google Translate button and get like a butchered version of what you said? Might do. I'm so sorry. I've been meaning to brush up on, like, reading kana again. It's just been forever. Lethal Company genre is just made for funny content. I could not disagree more. It is amazingly funny content, I will agree with that. But playing it with your friends makes you realize how much of a game there is. Where's the Zuna? There he is. And how perfect it is to cooperative play and creating moments between you and your friends. It really was phenomenal while everyone was still playing it. It was so good for what it was trying to do. And for a solo dev, too. Oh no, I'm wasting a crab.
Somebody! Thank you!
We did pretty good in that Zuna fight. We got pretty far. I translated it. I did it. It said good luck. It's appreciated. Thank you very much. I couldn't stop myself. Alright.
Just check.
You know, I said whichever comes first, be it Kohazuna or the 4-hour mark, but here we are. We did Kohazuna, and we're 9 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. I want it. I want that 4-hour mark. These are the quirks. These are the oddities that keep me streaming for too long. I will say, I've never regretted streaming for slightly longer than I did. Nice try. Oh no. Oh no. Was it not good luck? Well. I'm ending stream. Just kidding. I can't keep doing that bit. It's the second time I've done it this week. People are gonna start expecting it. It's gonna ruin the, It's gonna ruin the validity of the bit. Anyways, I've never regretted for streaming too long in a day, in a stream. But I have regretted not streaming for long enough on a stream. Like, there are some streams that just, like, They're short streams. Either we finish the goal that we have, we beat a game, it's very short, and then it's just like a 2-hour, 3-hour stream. And I'm like, man, I went through all the trouble of streaming today, and we only streamed for 2 hours? That's one of the reasons that I, tend to push my streams into very long territory. I'm so glad these people in this lobby... Cup Ramen is still here! We still have Cup Ramen. That's God's strongest warrior, Cup Ramen. These people know how to substrate, is what I was saying. And I know that's like a small barrier for entry. Oh no. But because squid rolling is so, front and center in this game, a lot of newer players don't even learn how to substrate because they don't even know it exists. And there are times when squid rolling is a better substrate, but there are also times where substrating is a better squid roll. Our Lord and Savior, Cup Ramen. There he is! I can say one thing. He's gonna be in the thumbnail on the VOD channel. I can say that for certain. I get way too much joy out of making the thumbnails for the VOD channel. It's something I never would have expected. Because, with most creators out there, we can win. We feel great. We can do this. With most creators out there, you see them kind of outsourcing that. Especially the bigger ones. They're just like, you know what? If I pay someone to make the thumbnails for me, I just won't have to think about doing that. It's so much fun. Genuinely, coming up with a really shitty idea and executing on it, even in an editing program that you're not the most familiar with, it's a fun process. I remember we were streaming Xenoblade X, and we met so many characters in one stream that I edited the Super Smash Bros. Melee character select and replaced all the characters with Xenoblade X characters. I had such a fucking good time making that, dude. You have no idea. It took 2 hours, but it was so fun. Don't forget the red arrows and the red circle around his username. I will not stoop. Ah. Oh my god! I might stoop. Might just stoop. Sometimes those concepts are very, popular for a reason. Sometimes it's because they get more clicks. Other times, I don't care about the more clicks, obviously. I've streamed for 0 people for, many a stream. I don't care about the clicks. But sometimes you just can't really communicate something unless you do a very specific thing. Pulling someone's eyes in a certain direction is something that an arrow does really well. Sometimes having an arrow is a really good thing. Make the title, I played with a cup of ramen in Splatoon 3 gone wrong. Oh, I should do that. Man, if I wasn't so formatted, you know what, I might, in the description, I might say that was the title of the stream. Totally not clickbait. Gone wrong, gone sexual. The thing I was thinking of is so, there's a lot of thumbnails out there that use a lens flare over a character's eyes. And at first, I found myself thinking wow, that's kind of a trite thing. Everyone's doing it, and I guess they're just doing it for clicks. And then one day, I was streaming Splatoon, and this was right after I discovered who Randy from Gearbox was. That's right, we're talking about Gearbox again. We did it. We've come full circle. This is officially a Mumph stream. It's official. We talked about Randy from Gearbox a lot in a single stream. And it was a Salmon Run stream, so I replaced one of the salmonids I replaced one of the players on my team in the thumbnail with Randy from Gearbox. And it didn't look quite right because I needed to communicate that he was showing up uninvited and he was a problem. Somehow. Turns out just like slapping some lens flares over the eyes, that does that perfectly. Without needing to write words. And the last thing you want to do on a thumbnail is make someone read a bunch of tiny words. Sometimes you can't get around it. And sometimes it can be used to an effect, but even in, like, the niche, half-assed art form that is a thumbnail, show don't tell is king. Well, it's my fault, I didn't use my specials and we lost the game. Cup Ramen? I'm blocking you. The Cup Ramen arc is over. Okay, just one more. Had to seriously think about it that time. The Cup Ramen arc is not over! He's still here! Tell him yes. That's another TF2ism that has, like, worked its way into my playing of Splatoon. Did you know that you can, like, shake your head and nod at people in this game? And it's rare, because of the pace of this game, it's very rare that someone will, like, stop and look at you for long enough to notice that you're nodding or shaking your head. But when they do notice, good lord, is it the funniest thing I've ever seen. I love Cup Ramen so much. You saved the stream, Cup Ramen. You will never know the love we have for you. There goes a champion. Take a good look. Alright, but this is it though. We have to end the stream. We have to do this. It must be done. So let's wean. Like the band who wrote the Tie Your Shoes song from SpongeBob. Let us wean. I'm making a shrine for Cup Ramen in my room after this. You and me both. I'm making a shrine in my Splatoon locker for Cup Ramen. I'm pretty sure that's possible. Might do. Might do indeed. Okay, that flick that just came out of the bucket, that released so many endorphins into my brain. I'm telling you, if you're not using motion controls, you are missing out on the best feelings that this game has to offer. I think that might be why I didn't enjoy the first game, because the Wii U was so bulky and so unwieldy to move around that I was just like, you know what? No. I'm doing twin stick. I guess it's not twin stick. Dual stick aiming. I'm doing sticks. That was a bad idea. Don't do sticks. It will remove your joy. I hate that I can't read Japanese, because now I'm like stuck trusting that Google Translate is doing its job, which is the one thing you should not trust Google Translate to do. In fact, let me amend that. The one thing you should not trust Google to do is what you would expect Google to do. They will always lead you astray. Look at the two snakes. Look at them go. Wow. That's like that one game. Metal Gear Solid. The twin snake. There they are. At least it wasn't the Wiimote attached to the Pro Controller. I love that image and I'm so glad I never did it. That is one of my non-regrets. ChatGPT. I hate so much that sometimes you will get a better answer from an AI that is literally pulling info out of its ass than you will get from Google. We have really changed in the last 10 years. ChatGPT is a good translator. You might not be wrong. You might be correct. But we've had this discussion on stream specifically in terms of like, I look things up on ChatGPT, and occasionally, sometimes even more often than not, it's what I'm looking for, and I couldn't find it on Google. That's a terrifying thought. And then you combine both and get Gemini telling people they should eat raw. I forgot about that! Oh, you know what? I need to add that to my notes. Before the funny tax bill goes into effect. We all got that chart. Before the funny tax bill goes into effect, I need to get a new phone. And I need to very specifically not get a Google phone. I need to write that down. Okay, I really hope that message was slandering Google, and that Google Translate just said, Google Translate is convenient, and it has a camera. It's not true! Google Translate, what are you talking about? You don't have a camera! Wait, no, never mind. I know exactly what you're saying. Maybe. For a second, I thought it was Google AI doing the Google AI thing, where it's like, to summarize what's been going on in the stream, people are talking about Google's new AI and how good it is at everything it does. Because that's a thing it does, by the way. If you use the AI summary, it's like, to fill you in, people really like the AI. And the conversation was like, this AI is broken and it's doing nothing right whatsoever. But what you meant, I now understand. That you can take pictures and Google Translate can do that. Because that is actually kind of wild. It does have that going for it. I wonder if you get credit for killing one of these boss monsters posthumously. Like after the round is ended. Google Translate did its job well when I was playing Imported Monster Hunter Tri-G for knowing the menu and item name. It has its uses. It do indeed have its uses. I really hope that Google AI and Google Translate can be as separate as possible. I'm obviously in the camp where AI scares me. I went to college for music. I am obligated to think this. The reason AI is like... I'm playing another one, by the way. New splash tag? What? We got to EVP 200 without even trying. That's beautiful. It's not crazy, but still, it's the first time we've done that on Marooner's Bay. This map sucks. Is the bottom line. AI. The better it gets, the less musicians will have jobs. And that goes for artists as well. It goes for a lot of people. So, I am obligated to hate it. And apart from that, I hate it. for a completely unrelated reason. Google's AI just... It's not the only AI that I despise, but Google's AI in particular has been nothing but unhelpful when I need to find out information. It has exclusively given me misinformation as recently as 2 days ago, when I needed to find out, in Dark Souls 1, what gets the Witch of Izalith to spawn, so that my friend can get his pyromancies. Google AI is like, well, you could get your pyromancy flame to plus 15, or you could defeat Quelaag. So that was a lie. That was just outright. He was making that up. You have to get the pyromancy flame to plus 15. It's required. That is what you needed to do. Or you could defeat Quelaag. No. Where are you getting this information, Google? The AI has a really good habit of taking information that is accurate and rewording it in a way that is inaccurate. Oh, that was too slow on my part. And of course, my opinion of AI is very colored by the fact that my family only sees its positives and doesn't quite understand what it's doing to a lot of people. Which is taking their jobs. We did the funny "you took my job" bit in South Park like a decade ago. And now the machines are doing it. And it's real. I honestly, I'm actually a little bit in disbelief. Because yes, AI can make music. Will it be good music? Hell no. Will it have anything of note to bring to the table? Also hell no. AI is useful as an auxiliary help, but it does hurt many crafts related to art and academics. And that's the bottom line. Like, whenever I say that I hate AI, people think that I mean like AI does nothing well, it's only a negative, and it's strictly gonna be causing horrible things. Because when I talk about AI, I typically tend to talk about the horrible things that it does. But that's the thing, like, obviously it makes some things easier and even possible that would not have been possible without it. It brings good things to the table. It just comes packaged with, like, some of the worst negatives any technology has had. Like, I remember making this argument to family a while ago, and they were like, well, the technology's always changing and we are always adapting. Like, the printing press and the cotton gin, these put a lot of people out of work. They didn't kill an entire industry, is the thing. That's what AI is about to do. The twin snakes are back! We need to go! I'm planning on studying to be in IT, so my future job will basically be fixing the mediocre code written by AI. 07. 07. God bless. You have job security, so there's that. But that sounds like pain. Now, if a professor hates, they can pin the blame on AI for giving you good articles instead of acknowledging the effort made. You're right. It's totally a cop-out. But that's the thing, like, there's, you've heard all the stories that were, like, even a couple years ago, where doctoral professors, whose entire student base is doctorate candidates. People that are trying to be doctors in their field. These professors are getting, like, the essays turned into them by doctoral candidates, I cannot stress this enough, and it's all AI. All the way down. I cannot blame... Oh, we made it. I cannot blame a professor for assuming that every article that graces their doorstep is AI, because odds are, more often than not, they will be. Which is very, very scary for greater education. I mean, not as scary as, the US cutting its entire department of education, but scary nonetheless. If you're not American, it might make you chuckle a little bit to know that one of the stupidest countries, known for having very stupid people, is about to cut its Department of Education. Like, the whole thing is just gone. It makes me laugh, but I'm here. Damn it. I remember when Wikipedia used to just be the source of copy and pasting. It's just the boomer method now. You can't say that! Just the boomer method? Oh no! That makes me boomer. Are we gonna make it? We have 10 seconds, I think it's over. If I had to hazard a guess and say why we ended up struggling this round, I don't think we lured well enough. I know. Like, who cares? But that's usually the difference when it comes down to Salmon Run. You have to lure very specifically. Only certain monsters should be lured. The snakes do not count. Who knows, maybe we just got some really unlucky spawns, and nothing was lurable. I can't blame you, Cup Ramen. You're the best character. To make matters worse, 60% of all wiki sources are dead domains now. Oh! Oh no. That does make matters worse. That's a frightening thing to have heard. Alright. It's time. We've run the salmon. Let's open the orbs. 85 of them. I can pretty safely say I don't need any of the gear pieces. I'm just gonna consume them all. Sorry about that. We are... Everyone went to eat cup ramen. You're right. All the salmonids combined their efforts to consume cup ramen. I don't need to. I can just mash A through this. It's fine. I'm not gonna miss anything important. Damn it, I missed something important. That was a free main of special, charge up on the shoes. What have I done? I got bad news. My mouse just disappeared. I no longer have a mouse on my computer. OBS just does that sometimes. It just is like, oh, you wanted to capture your mouse? Well, one-time offer. I've deleted the mouse. You no longer have a mouse. Enjoy. I left my part-time job early. Well, it's been good having you here. Everyone who's come by today, it's been very, very much appreciated. Normally, especially for Salmon Run streams, I get one viewer. On average. Because that's the thing about Salmon Run. It's Splatoon in general. It's just a very insular community, and the people that, like, play Splatoon are the only ones that know about Splatoon. The people that don't play Splatoon want nothing to do with it. They're not even gonna bother. We'll get the new brains trainer. They're not even gonna bother looking into Splatoon streams. Even if it's a streamer that they, like, frequent. They're just gonna be like, oh... Splatoon. That being said, we made it. I'm gonna buy a shirt. I never get to buy something with these scales. I've just been saving them up forever. We're gonna get this cool parka, because I like it. Wait, it's only 300? I thought it was more expensive. Well, I thought it was gonna be 800. Whatever. Who cares? So, everyone who showed up today in the stream, I very, very much appreciate it. This was a very good one. Which, for egg work... Oh, this poor, ugly frame rate. Hold on, we need to leave. We need to just go into this room. It'll be better in here. You should buy the iridescent slop suit. It's not for me. It's cool. It is cool. Frames, please, return. They're back now. Alright. It's not for me. I like the camo slop suits a little too much. Metal Gear Solid 3 has warped my brain. Rich. God damn it, Google Translate's making me laugh. That's how you know it's time to end the stream. But yes, that's one of the reasons that I have... Can I not open the menu? I can. That's the wrong menu. That's one of the reasons that I have the camo splash tag. I have a couple of the gold ones. Somewhere. There they are. I don't really care for that. I like the camo. It makes me think I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 3, which is one of the best games ever made, and we will stream it. Watch out. I just don't know when, though, because we're streaming RimWorld now, we're gonna stream Dark Souls, we've got this game that we're never gonna stop playing, and then we've got, like, Risk of Rain 2 that we still need to finish, and of course there's all these GameCube games and GBA games that I want to stream. There's so many. It's gonna be a long while until I run out of games to stream. By the way, this is what autopilot does. It just starts painting things. I don't know why I'm doing this. I need to stop. Alright. Everyone who came by today. How do I do this? Hello. How's it going? It's been very much appreciated. I'm gonna translate one last chat message. And then I gotta... Please buy lots of cup ramen from that shop near the intersection. I might end up making that, that cup ramen locker thing. I might do that. That might happen. It's real. Alright. But, seriously though, thanks for watching. Thanks for coming by. This was a good stream. I'll do more. Watch out. More RimWorld in 2 days, because I have to spend a day uploading the last RimWorld stream, and then uploading this stream, and then we're back. And then more Splatoon. But, it's much appreciated. Take care of yourself. Be well. Do the other things that make you happy, I guess? I think that's how you end the stream? Alright. See ya!